Hello there, good morning, and welcome to Wednesday here at the Modus Super Series, which of course is the determining day to see who makes it through Group A. 6 players about to battle it out on the Super Series stage, and whoever does finish in first place will make it through to Saturday. So before we get into today's action, here's a reminder of what happened yesterday.
Bullseye for corner. Wowza. What a dart that is, and once again, just put yourself in the mindset of Bradley Brooks. He's done everything right. The 1-1-7 seems so much easier than the 1-2-2, but will he be back? Not with darts like that. That's the Joe Croft they expected this week. Could have had the luxury of starting on treble 20 on the 1-2-8. 74 points left. Double 10 for the finish of the week. What a finish. What a way to finish. Now we're going to see a special moment from Brooks.
Saw the 1-2-8 from him to beat Van Velzen in the last legs. You're going to find a 1-2-1 here. Yes, is the answer. Boom, boom, from Bam Bam. And Brooks is free up.
That's the Swiss flag, not the Red Cross. Apologies, I didn't know that. That is absolutely superb from Harry Ward once again. Didn't anticipate this as a result. It might take something very special. Very, very special. Oh, yes, Marvin Van Velzen. What a finish that is.
Yeah, fantastic day for Bradley Brooks on Tuesday. Will he be the one who makes it through, or will it be all change on Wednesday? It's all change in the studio. I'm joined by Paul Nicholson. Welcome to week 10, Paul. Have you been impressed with what you've seen so far?
I have. I think Bradley Brooks has been doing some good things from Monday to Tuesday. And I think it's very symptomatic of what he's trying to do with his career in 2024. He's trying to improve and to find a strength towards the end of the year that could possibly vault him back to the PDC Pro Tour.
Well, let's stay with Bradley. Had that perfect day yesterday. Really, really good stuff. Because he mentioned on Monday himself, he's hit and miss. Yesterday was certainly hit, wasn't it?
It was. I think if you look at certain talents who come here, they're using Mondays to see where they stand. And then Tuesday, if they're moving in the right direction, they're going to feel good. But that was a really big statement from Bradley yesterday. Winning 5 from 5 is always going to be a good thing, but it gets him in position to possibly get him through this group, which is going to be tough because Marvin Van Velzen's on the same points as him. So it'll be a nice joust between the two of them today, maybe.
You don't need me. Let's go straight seamlessly to Van Velzen. He's had some fantastic moments. Maybe the standout player of the week in many ways. Marvin
loves playing here. He likes the camera, he likes the setting, and he likes the idea of playing in front of a raucous crowd on a Saturday night. And whenever he hits a big shot, he knows what to do. It's not his first rodeo, and I think the last time he was here, it really started to get some confidence with his game. He took it to the Pro Tour with the PDC on the European Tour stage, and now he's starting to become the player that he's always wanted to be. I think we looked at Marvin the first time he was here as an ADC qualifier, and we weren't sure what we were going to get, but now I think we do.
Right, only one player can go through from this group to finals night. Here is how things stand in the table, and those two players we've just spoke about look like they're about to embark on a two-horse race to the finish. One of them's going to get to 16 points when they play each other, so that's going to be a big gap. Is that too big for Ward and Belmont to bridge?
At this stage, we've got to say maybe, because there is the possibility that someone like Harry Ward, for instance, can go and do what Bradley did yesterday by getting 10 points. If that's good enough to get to 20, and then he's going to need 2 players to falter today, can we realistically say that's going to happen? It's not likely. So we would have to say it's probably going to be a 2-horse race unless something crazy happens in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, that's certainly what the bookies think. Here are the odds for winning this group today. And Paul, they've gone with Van Velzen as a marginal favourite. Do you agree with that?
It's really interesting, isn't it, considering that Bradley had the better day yesterday, but when they play each other, we're going to get tight battles. And we have seen many, many times before that the key game is when they play each other. So the fact that Brooks has won a week and had the better day yesterday and is the outsider does seem a little surprising, but how often do you see the bookies get it right? They got it last week, didn't they, with Conor Heenahan, even though he wasn't in his prime form in the first 3 days of the week.
Absolutely will. We're going to head to comms to guide viewers through the action. The winner of this day, of course, this group makes it through to Saturday here at the Super Series. And if it's anything like last Saturday, then certainly it's going to be an evening to enjoy. In the bank for Thomas and through to Champions Week. But the opening match of today features the first ever Champions Week winner, Conan Whitehead, on the Super Series stage. Maybe hasn't gone the way he would have hoped in Group A so far, but he is always a threat to make it through to finals night and will most likely do that through a secondary group later in the week. The Barbarian from Raynham, winner, as you can see, of the very first series held here in Portsmouth, and he takes on Joe Croft, a man who's made a name for himself. Bottom of the table, they're the only player in this group that can't win it. He is definitely going to be playing Thursday and Friday. Which group? Well, it looks like Group C, but who knows? An incredible day today could see him force his way through into Group B. But enough about the B team. We've got the A team in the commentary box today. It's myself, Chris Murphy, alongside Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, happy to be here. I'm
First
really
leg,
looking
it's
forward to seeing
Conan
what
to
these
throw
guys can do
first. Game
on the
on.
charge for the top three. Obviously, Conan, like you mentioned, Murph, has got a much bigger opportunity to land his way into the top three.
140.
But don't count him out of winning the group just yet, because the Barbarian's done some rather remarkable things here over the last couple of years.
140.
And can you believe it's nearly 2 years since he won that first series? Where's that time gone?
Yeah, it's remarkable. Doesn't feel
129.
like we've even been here 2 years, does it? Speaking about anniversaries, Luke Littler himself has been talking about the success he had here as he reached the year anniversary of winning back-to-back Super
62.
Series titles. Hasn't done badly since.
It's nice that he hasn't forgotten this place. And you shouldn't. Wherever
85.
you play your darts,
Only
when
number
your
107.
first seismic titles are won, you need to honour that to yourself.
98.
It's a good start from Conan here. And what does he always say? I might not win Group A, but I'll be there on Saturday.
180.
Well, he's had everything in this first leg, Joe Croft. He's had a maximum. He's had a score of 3, but does he lose it?
Game shot in the first leg.
The only thing he didn't do in that
Conan
first leg
Whitehead.
was win it. A really eventful first leg of the day.
Second leg is Joe to throw first.
So,
Game on.
Co wins the first battle with Joe. 1-0 to Whitehead, but
140.
Crofty hitting back.
It's a really fascinating dynamic here this week in Week 10, Murph, because 11 of the 12 players
42.
have played on Saturday night. Only Matt Cast from Group C has not taken part on a Saturday. So they all know what they're playing for. It's repetition. they want to get there again to be in front of the kind of crowd that we had just a few days ago, which was one of the best that I can remember.
180.
Maximum from Whitehead. He managed to rattle in 9 of those yesterday. Only
43.
4 on Monday, which was a huge surprise considering the incredible run he came into this week on, having hit a 180 in 25 successive matches.
59.
I think Conan definitely got out of the bed on the right side today.
58.
Bit of pep in the step. And unashamedly, I've said on many occasions, he is one of my favourite players to watch because he constantly does that. Such a lovely pace about this game as Crofty goes for tops. What a
Game's
beautiful
on the
start to this
second
match.
leg. Joe Croft.
Been playing a lot of darts recently, Joe.
Third leg, it's Conan to
A
throw
great
first.
deal of ADC stuff.
Well, he had to hit that, didn't he? He had to. Whitehead had hit 2 180s in the leg to leave himself on
80.
tops. Had he come back, most likely Croft would have been 2-0 down. Whitehead throwing first. The game would be as good as over.
56.
Very true. The main reason why Croft is at the foot of the table, though, is his overall average for the week.
50.
Just a shade under 81. And that's a drift of the next person by a good 3 points.
94.
It's actually Bradley Brooks who has the better running average of any player in this group. Just a
57.
shade under 90, which is going to get it done more often than not.
What I find very interesting in this group, and Brooks is a good example of it, is there are a
180.
number of players who can turn up on any given day and go through the card. Whitehead can do it, Brooks can do it, Harry Ward's the type of player that could do it. We've seen Van Velzen
100.
and Stefan Belmont's been performing excellently away from the Super Series. There's no reason he can't do it either. I think Joe Croft will
59.
be much more competitive in whatever group he goes into after this. All of the others are capable of, and have shown in the past that they could just turn up on any
100.
given day and
Require
sweep the field aside.
112.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. That's a great first start.
Game shot
And a
the
sensational
third
third as well.
leg. Joe Croft.
Whitehead is averaging 96 and change and is behind
Fourth
now
leg, it's Joe
because
to throw
Croft
first.
is averaging in
Game
3
on.
figures. We've only had one ton plus average this week from Bradley Brooks.
100.
Not a bad Wednesday warm-up match, this, is it?
Just more on your point about Joe. By the looks of
90.
it, he's going into Group C over the next couple of afternoons. And if you put him up against Aidy Gray, Matt Cast and Mike Gillett,
97.
he might find a bit more comfort in those opponents, even though we've got a weekly winner there in Gillett. But
57.
it does look maybe the tiniest bit less threatening.
180.
Well, Croft is looking very threatening at the moment. That third 180 for him has seen his average rise to north of the 105 now.
85.
And he's already taken out
124.
120 and 112.
He has beaten Whitehead this week. The head-to-head stands at 1-all
38.
coming into Wednesday. I wouldn't be surprised if they've run into each other quite a lot in local tournaments because where Joe hails from, Cheshire,
139. Joe, you
it's
require
not that
86.
far from where Conan is, just a little bit further around the M25. Bullseye.
Game
Oh, my
shot on the
word.
fourth leg. Joe
This is a
Croft.
finishing masterclass in the first game of Wednesday.
Fifth leg, it's
There
Conan
hasn't been
to
a
throw
dart
first.
double missed in the match,
Game.
and the checkouts in the game 72 from Conan Whitehead, 120, 112, and then that brilliant 86 bullseye finish from Joe Croft.
140.
I think Conan's starting to think, look, if people are going to throw this well against me today,
81.
I might have to relinquish my ambitions of going into Group B. I'll have to take C.
He played the first match on Monday, did Joe Croft. And
100.
or his first match against Conan Whitehead, and he got into this position and didn't miss a dart double until he had a match start. Then he missed 8 of them and ended up losing the game.
Sometimes in order to crack the mental side of the sport, you have to be in the same situation as before and succeed.
80.
If we go into another leg, I will tell you of an example of that.
Croft will be hoping we don't, and he'll be hoping Whitehead goes treble-less here,
58.
which he does. So there's an opportunity for Croft to put himself right on the last bend here.
145.
Well, that's a fascinating play, isn't it?
46.
86 left and went for bull. So if he goes for 25 again, he does risk hitting the bullseye to leave himself cornered.
130.
But if he hits the 25, he gives himself 2 darts at double, which is what happens. And he only needs 1, and that's all he's needed. At any point in this game, the combination finishing in that match was fantastically flawless. 4 out of 4 for Joe Croft, with 120 and 112 in there as well. Whitehead hit his only dart at double in the game. So good was Croft that that's what he was restricted to. And the man at the bottom of the table has averaged just under 102, has got 100% success rate on the checkouts, and has won against Whitehead in game 1. Coming next, Bradley Brooks, unbeaten yesterday, takes on the man he is fighting it out for the title with, Marvin van Velzen. This is the Modus Super Series, where we are going to find out come the end of this day probably which one of these two players will be through to Saturday night this week. The winner of this match between Bradley Brooks, the former World Youth Champion, 24 years of age, from Blackburn, Lancashire, taking on Marvin van Velzen. Both of them on 14 points at the top of the table. The Dutchman looking to, well, not quite terminate his opponent's chances here, but certainly put a dent in Brooks's hopes. Bradley Brooks as well does have the darts in this game, so even more interesting, Paul, that the bookies have gone with Van Velzen as the odds-on favourite to win this group.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I think these two right now are pretty evenly matched. And I'm not just saying that because they've both got 14 points coming into this first game of Wednesday.
Game on.
But Marvin's definitely on the upward trend, whereas I think Bradley is starting to do that himself this year after losing his tour card at the end of 2023.
60.
Is it a good or a bad thing that they're playing each other in the first round today, I wonder?
Yeah, it's going to make it very, very
60.
interesting. One of them will have that initiative, have that guaranteed advantage, that points lead going into the next round of fixtures. Sometimes we see it go the other way where they don't play till the end of the day. And as neutrals, you're kind of hoping that they keep winning.
Yeah, very true. We like a group that goes to the last match or indeed to the last round. But
100.
interestingly, looking at the fixture sheet for today, Bradley Brooks will play Joe Croft in game number 4. That takes on a new complexion
85.
now that Joe has joined Bam Bam in being the only two players who have averaged over 100 this week.
Yeah, that was some display from Croft,
70.
wasn't it? We need to give him full credit for that performance against Conan Whitehead. We haven't seen a dart missed at double yet today.
100.
Usually you say that after one or two legs. Now we're into the second game. It sounds even better.
And interesting as well, they were all at the end of combinations, every single one of them.
80. Bradley record 161.
Yeah, 6 darts from 161 now. Well, there is the 61.
81.
And when you get the 57 with your first dart there, you're hoping that you're going to leave something rather simple in the 2-dart range minimum. This is not
55.
necessarily simple
Bradley record
when you think
80.
about the angle of attack for Bam Bam. That's why he's doing this.
Oh, this is ridiculous. The doubling's so good that Bradley Brooks decides he's going to go for 2.
Second against Marvin to throw first.
Do you know what? It's so good at the minute. It's a bit like an NFL game. They have that phrase, going for 2. So instead of going for the extra point, we're just going to go for 2 every single time instead of taking the extra point. It's all about the bees for the man in orange,
63.
dark grey and black. Bam Bam Bradley Brooks from Blackburn. Try to say that 5 times in a row really quickly.
I just worked it out quickly, Paul, and the checkout success rate for this group today is now running at 117%.
96.
Because of being... Well, basically, it's 7 out of 6, isn't it?
I remember a game that Ricky Evans played a few years on the Pro
39.
Tour. Yeah, it was a few years ago. And he was actually 8 from 6 because he had 2 double checkouts and he didn't
59.
miss one in the whole match.
And again, all combos, every single thing today. It's not like they've walked up and had a double 3 darts clear, no pressure. It's been quite the opposite. It's been a brilliant start. This is the first time, actually, we're going to see someone come to the dartboard with just a double in front of them. After that 180 from Van Velzen.
133.
Coincidentally, a 6th 180 of the day already, and it's only match 2.
You just knew that would be when one would be missed, when they had 3 clear darts at it, although only 1 was missed, so it is all square.
So we are somewhat diluting the perfection of doubles, but we are still visit perfect for the day.
Well, that's the most important point, isn't it, actually? It's a stat that is never shared. Maybe something we can look at implementing here in the future. But if you go to the dartboard on a finish and you don't give your opponent another chance, then you can't do any more than that. Doesn't matter if you start 1, 2 or 3.
Any dart player on planet Earth would take visit perfect every time. Doesn't matter whether it's 33% or 100% or somewhere in between.
60.
they would take Visit Perfect every time. As far as doubles are concerned, it is Bradley who has been predominantly the best at the outer ring this week.
100.
Harry Ward is very, very close to him, though. And they're hovering at around 36-37% for the week, which is very useful.
139.
But Harry's averaging about 6 points less than Bradley. That's why he's at the top, and that's why Harry is in third for now.
97.
He's going to
Bradley
take on
Brooks,
Stefan
128.
Belmont in match 3. And they've both got 10 points at this stage. And Bradley's looking to leave.
56.
Double top. Can't do so. So another combination en route.
It is a combination where he could go double-double if he fancied it. They always do it on
100.
tops, don't they? Rarely do it anywhere
72.
else.
It's a good point. How good is this point?
Game shot.
Wonderfully used, that guide.
Bradley Brooks.
You know, one of my bugbears in this sport, and
Full flag
I'm
is
not
Marvin to
poking
throw
fun at
first.
other commentators
Game
or anything, but you have to understand what a good guide is. You look back at a lot of
95.
darts commentaries over the years from different networks and YouTube feeds, and people presume that a dart on the outside of the double is a good guide.
180.
Not always. Now, with these people at the Oki right now, they both have a very aggressive throw.
84.
If they were to hit just outside double 12, that would be classified as a good guide. You saw it from Bradley when he took that 2-1 lead. But look at someone like Adrian Gray, who's coming in tomorrow. If he hit just outside double 12, it would not be a good guide. I think it's a point that really has to be more widely understood.
I think one of the illusions is position of cameras on darts broadcast. So usually below the board from the left-hand side as you're looking at it, and that can just be a bit of a... It can paint a distorted picture, can't it? We have such a good production team at the Super Series, of course, that they'll always show us when something's blocked, even when it doesn't look blocked, and vice versa. Sometimes it'll look completely blocked, a little bit like that there, and he's managed to find a way in because he's looking from a different perspective.
And let's not forget as well, look at where Bradley stands.
121.
All the way out to the right-hand side. So he sees things from a completely different angle because of where he stands, not just how he throws.
One day we'll have to stick someone up there,
requires 60.
a camera on their forehead, Paul, and we'll get exactly what they see. Well, that's interesting.
That's fascinating. Who does that?
48.
Who does
How many
that?
require?
I've seen players do it when they've already thrown a dart and are scared of busting, for example. But just to do it off the bat is very, very interesting. The only thing I'm thinking is he's very aware of how big the ask was of Van Velzen there.
73. Bradley required 12.
He's just opened up a can of worms as Bam Bam. But what he
Game's
has
on the
opened
full
up
flag.
as well is a
Bradley
3-1
Brooks.
advantage. I adore players who think outside the box.
Fifth leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
Obviously, on a 60 checkout, he's thinking single 20 and tops. But look at that big, vibrant white flight if he hits the single 20. That is firmly on in the way of the tops, isn't
97.
it? So he's thinking about different plans. And I think that is a talking point right there, that treble 12, double 12. It's the same as having 70 and going treble 14, double 14. It's a different thinking path.
Well, a quick reminder that the odds compilers today went 10 to
140.
11 on Marvin Van Velzen and put Bradley Brooks at 6 to 4 in what seems like a two-horse race for Group A success.
95.
Maybe a few Bradley Brooks backers that are thinking they've got a bit of value here. If you are going to have a flutter, please gamble responsibly. 18 plus, begambleaware.org. That will give you all the information on gambling safely and responsibly.
85.
Some people might think that Bam Bam Bradley Brooks from Blackburn is destined for Group B. But winning this contest, and he's more likely to find Group A. Now, he doesn't want to hit that dart and displace it.
99.
I like that little alliterative monologue from Paul Nicholson alongside me. Are we going to get a yabba dabba do if he gets a 9-darter?
More likely from you than me. I think Bradley's a really impressive dart player and has been for a lot longer than people realise.
96.
He was Luke Littler before Luke Littler was even 10 years old. He got a tour card when he was a child. He is a product of the JDC.
114.
And look at him now. Mid-20s. Rebuilding, but rebuilding well and patiently.
74.
Well, that's okay, because Marvin van Velzen is not on a finish, so Brooks can return to take out tops, to go top, and put himself firmly in pole position.
40.
Now, yesterday he did take some risks when it came to double five.
35.
And this time he felt compelled to go for it. If Van Velzen was on that 145 again, I'm pretty sure he would have bust that shot. But the 103 is on to save the match. It's double 18.
67. Bradley require 5.
5 in bits for Bradley. Double 2. Stares it down, but can't take it out.
Marvin require 36.
I make that 5 darts for the match missed. Maybe a sign of just how big this contest is. Van Velzen's trying to protect his position in this contest. And he does have the superior leg difference over Bradley. So at worst,
Sinclair gets Marvin to throw first.
He has created a game that is a bit closer.
Belmont.
And at best, he could turn it around. He's got the darts for 3-3. He's taking his time, isn't he? He did that before the double 18. Tried to get in the zone, some form of meditation going on for Marvin.
85.
Well, if it's a question of time, you can't exactly miss Marvin's watch. It's about the size of a grandfather clock. It's so blingy that even Bobby George wouldn't wear it. Honestly, the clock face on that watch is so big, it makes the clock around the neck of Flavor Flav small.
85.
Well, if we ever wonder what time it is, we'll just have a look at his watch. You can see it from here.
97.
The size of that thing, it's monstrous. Looks like a creation of Da Vinci.
55.
Nice bit of rose gold going on there as well.
All you've got to do is just melt it a little bit and have it over a table. And it's a work of art by Salvador Dali.
43.
But at the minute, Brooks is thinking to himself, why am I not back in the practice room?
I tell you what, never mind the big watch. He needs an alarm clock to be set off here, Marvin van Velzen. He's taking his time, isn't he? I've got one of those myself, by the way. Got it at the same place at the same time. Big teddy bear and a packet of cigarettes with a £20 note strapped to it.
You've been down South Sea Pier again, haven't you?
No, I'm sure it's a very expensive item. But time is not on his side at the moment. There you go, 10:05.
I like your
58.
time reading skills upside down, Murph. Very impressive. Well, Bradley might have 6 starts from here to get this game won. It's turned
40.
from an imposing performance into very hard work that is not guaranteed to have a full stop on it. He does have the biggest finish of the week of 170, Marvin, and the 160's on.
140.
It's that his
Bradley
last
require
chance.
100.
Brooks having squandered 5 darts for the match in the previous leg. Does he get... Oh, this is tricky. He's going, you would think, tops.
20.
He was caught in 2 minds because of the flight in the
Marvin
way.
require 20.
He thought, shall I go 16s? Should I even go for the treble 20 again for double 10? And he's missed the board twice. And we're going all the way.
Looked like it was going to be going the way of Bradley Brooks, but now Van Velzen has tied it up, and this could be, in the second match of the day, the most significant of this group.
Game on.
Those missed match darts in leg number 5, they seem like a long time ago now. But that's why Bradley Brooks is a World Youth Champion. Starting a last leg shootout like that.
Well, 3 of the 4 legs that he's
82.
thrown first in this game, he started with a perfect visit at 180 and twice with 174.
I was holding my horses there, thinking
95.
of the possibility of a perfect leg. He was 4 darts into it. And for everybody tuning in on YouTube today looking for a little bit of extra content for later, you might see things like that, because we do have a perfect 9 challenge on our YouTube channel with the likes of Jared Cole and the world #1 Luke Humphries. So please check out that video. That came out in the last 36 hours. Great fun to watch.
Yeah, great concept, that perfect 9 challenge, if you're not aware of it. I had to go at it myself last night. I'm hoping to finish it this evening.
55. Bradley require 150.
Well, people have been looking at the possibility of 3 bulls for the 150 over the last couple of series. Brooks didn't even entertain it.
64.
It's clever that, you know. Really clever, because he knows that the pressure's going to come from Van Velzen now. The 25 got him under 90.
90.
Which means he should
Bradley
guarantee a
require
match start at the
86.
bull minimum.
Nothing between them. But a double 16 between Bradley Brooks and 2 points. That's now a double 8. And he gets there in the end, and that could be a huge win for Bradley Brooks, who carries on that winning streak after winning every game yesterday. Bradley Brooks, well, he makes that run. Actually now 8 on the spin. He won his last 2 on Monday as well. He really is in form at the moment, and he gets over the line against his closest contender to take the Group A title. He is now in the box seat. Coming next, Stefan Belmont faces Harry Ward.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49, 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9 darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9 darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and Fox has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12!
Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters!
Game 3 here at the Super Series on Wednesday, about to get underway. It's a meeting between Switzerland's Stefan Belmont and Big H, Harry Ward, 2 players that are very, very capable of doing good things. They're in the middle positions in the table, probably going to be actually in their own mini battle for a Group B spot. That's the way it seems to be going. The players in positions 3 and 4 in this group. That follows on from Joe Croft's stunning performance in beating Conan Whitehead 4-1. Then Bradley Brooks winning the table-topping battle between himself and Marvin van Velzen. But now, will it be Belmont, the winner of a PDC challenge to a title, or Harry Ward, the winner of a PDC Pro Tour title? We'll find out over a best-of-7 affair, and myself and Paul Nicholson will guide you through it.
Did you see the hometown of Stefan Belmont there? It starts with C-H-A-M. I wonder if his CV is going to end with Pion.
Wondered where you were going, but I quite like that.
He's having a pretty decent season, is Stefan. And he's undoubtedly the best player in Switzerland.
First leg, it's Stefan to throw first.
If it does end in Pion, he could
Game
also be drinking the pain as well, couldn't he? At the end of that.
I'm sure he's looking forward to the rest of this week.
134.
However, if he has any ambitions of winning the group, he must win every game and hope that Bradley Brooks falters. You just can't foresee it. But stranger things have happened.
I think it is fair to say that one of these players will stay in the race, the other one will be eliminated at this point in terms of winning the group.
60.
There are 2 front runners, but anyone who watched the Olympics yesterday will know that somebody can come from nowhere and overtake them at the end.
Hands on heart. Who had heard of Cole Hocker until yesterday? I mean, Steve Cram was in so much shock at the end of that race when Josh Kerr was overtaken in the last 20 metres that he could barely speak.
We've had enough of not speaking in darts commentary talk.
100.
Yeah, you're not wrong. After all, we are supposed to speak. It is our occupation.
59.
But at the moment, Bradley Brooks occupies top spot. Interesting, his next game, the next game, is against Joe Croft, who put in the performance of the week with that brilliant win against Conan Whitehead in Game 1. That follows this battle in the middle of the group.
Such a tidy player is Stefan.
140.
And he could well tidy up double 4 if Harry hasn't got himself a ton plus check out here. Double 18.
71.
Super close.
70 require 8.
That could have been his 3rd ton plus check out of the week.
Game on the first leg.
Stefan is not messing around with a typically tidy first leg and 16 darts. I wonder what portion of Stefan's makeup is thinking about next month's Swiss Darts Trophy, which is going to be the first European Tour event to have ever been staged in his home country. He's not even guaranteed to be in the tournament. He's going to have to qualify. But I would be amazed if he doesn't get there.
100.
It would be a proud moment, I'm sure. Well, do get involved on the YouTube chat if you've got any questions, comments.
57.
We will engage with those sensible ones. Liam makes a good point. Morning, another day of Modus on the other screen at work. Yeah, Modus Super Series responsible for about 15% of the UK's
140.
disciplinary meetings now.
Beaming with pride there, Murph.
40.
And not just the UK, as I'm sure people around the world have been hauled in front of HR to say, like, less watching darts and more actual work, please.
I'm sure there are people watching this from Australia right now getting excited about
100.
what's happening over there in the next couple of days. You got the Australian Darts Masters in Wollongong, so 9 hours ahead. It's only 7:15, so plenty of time to watch this
94.
session before you
Step
head
in
to
the
bed and get
require,
ready for the media day
161.
tomorrow.
We do, of course, have an Australian champion here at the Super Series. Much interest when Raymond Smith won that title in Series 2.
96. Area require 107.
Mason Whitlock's played here most recently. More Australian and oceanic representation, I think, will come in the next 12
58.
months.
Stephanie requires 65.
Looking for the green here. A fair way off.
45.
Tom Pant is flagging the double, so Harry Ward with an opportunity similar to the last leg, actually.
112 yards away with 3 clubs. And he's going to be over par.
60. Stefan, you require 20.
Now, this double can be troublesome for Stefan at times.
Game
Not
shot
on
the
this
second
occasion.
leg. Stefan Belmont.
Hasn't beaten Harry Ward this week.
The leg, it's Stefan.
So if he
to
does
throw
beat him for the first time, he
Game.
will find himself in third position, only 2 points behind Marvin van Velzen, in what can only be described as a realistic quest for Group B over the next couple of nights.
190.
This is stunning stuff from Stefan. Is he about to announce himself as a
87.
contender in this race to win this group?
He's been sneaky good on the 180s this week as well. He's got 14. Bradley Brooks has got 11. So he's outgunning Bam Bam in that department, but everybody's still trying to catch Marvin van Velzen, who's got 19.
Had that just become 15 with the final dart, we'd have been talking about a potential perfect leg here. All that Belmont cares about is actually winning the leg, and he's in a great position to do that after that heavy scoring start.
57.
That's the second time he's gone for the bullseye in this match, and he's come away with a very useful single.
58.
Harry is punching smoke at the minute.
124.
He's getting nothing. His 85 average is more, it looks more like a 75 because his opponent is finding so much joy.
56. $96.
So for 3-0,
Stephanie requires
the
68.
Swiss start. $16s or 8s. Oh, he's got such a big target to aim at there. That's inexcusable, isn't it?
36. Harry
I have to
require
agree.
120.
You should never, at this level, miss 16s or 8s in that position. Beautiful dart. Tops.
Game
Bravo,
shot
Big
the
H.
third leg.
That is
Harry
a
Ward.
world-class finish, considering he blocked the 60 with
The
dart
leg,
1.
it's Harry to throw first. Game on.
You will not see many 120 checkouts better than that. I think there is a very, very large topic going on right now in darts. I don't mean to get on my soapbox too early here on Wednesday. But there are more players now than ever
60.
who are starting to say, do you know what? I like it at this level. I like playing the Modus Super Series. I like playing Challenge Tour.
140.
I like having a bit of variety. This is going to go on for months, if not seasons, because we're hearing it from a lot of different quarters. And I think
23.
someone like Harry Ward, who handed in his tour card, decided to take a break, and now he's come back, he's settled at this level. Do you see Harry Ward getting back to the Pro Tour anytime soon? With urgency? I don't think he's pressing the panic button at all.
I don't think he wants to. I think this is a perfect situation for him. He did it the other way around, actually, didn't he? He handed that tour card in before the existence of this.
96.
But now, coming here once every
104.
3 months, twice if he gets to Champions Week, he's very happy with that. He'd be very happy with this as well.
72.
Because this game has totally turned around. Belmont was a shoo-in to be 3-0 up. Now it looks very likely it's going to be 2-2.
And this is why people like darts, because it can change so dramatically, so quickly.
And he was punished, wasn't he, for
58.
missing that double
Harry
section,
requires
16s
32.
and 8s. Harry Ward misses 16s and 8s. But gets there in the
Game's on
end,
the
and it is
full there.
2-2.
Harry Ward.
He's turned it around totally.
Fifth leg, it's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
Well, this time of year is not noted in darts history for having a lot in August. It tends to be, especially from modern
45.
terms, a bit of a down period. The events in Australia and New Zealand, which will take place in the World Series over the next 2 weeks, they're almost synonymous with August now. But for ranked events, not a great deal. But this month is vital
98.
for a lot of people, especially the 9 players that are already in Champions Week. By the last day of this month, someone is going to see their pockets
96.
filled with very valuable money and confidence running into the time of the year where you want to play your best darts, which is September to December.
81.
Well, in the chat, Carl asks, Paul, how do you deal with pressure from the crowd when they're not on your side? Why are you asking him, Carl?
I haven't got a clue what he's talking about.
98.
Best feeling? Hitting the double when they don't want you to. Start of my career, I didn't handle it very well. Towards the end, I just
99.
tried to ignore everybody as best I could. I've got a very thin skin, so it was pretty hard for me to do that. But I used to do a lot of channeling training
43.
about taking emotions and just feeling slightly differently. So instead of feeling angry about people cheering against me, I would try and think of something else when that happens.
57. Harry require 160.
I'm sure you'll all be cheering at home if this goes in. Another. Would have left the ball. Instead, Belmont will get a look at 1-2-1.
77.
You're starting to see more
Stephen
people
Require 120.
start on the bullseye with this shot, but call me old school, but I think the 60s are the play it. What isn't the play is not getting a shot at the
57.
bullseye at the end.
Harry require 87.
And look how things have changed. What could have been 3-0 could now be 3-2 down for the Swiss.
Game
It was all
shot
going
the
so
fifth
well.
leg. Harry Ward.
Stefan Belmont had that opportunity to lead this game 3-0.
Sixth leg, it's
Now
Harry
Ward will
to
throw for a
first.
4-2 win.
Game on.
Well, this guy's gone from fondue to fondant. Game isn't over yet, though.
180.
Confidence level maximum now for Harry Ward.
I don't know why, but as soon as you said the word confidence, I thought you were going to start
140.
singing Park Life.
I'll leave that to Henry, eh? Dart life here at the Super
77.
Series.
I can imagine the referee doing that because he is from Essex.
And all the people of Portsmouth need to be here on Saturday night. Tickets are available via dartshop.tv. Scan that QR code.
60.
Get rid of £2, £2 out of your bank account and enjoy an evening of live sporting entertainment like no other.
140.
Best ticket in town. We can guarantee that. Especially with nights like Saturday night. It was raucous in here. So much fun.
Yeah, some more special events coming up soon as well, so keep an eye on the ticket page for those. Champions Week as well. He's selling out very quickly. Harry Ward hoping to be at Saturday night, and this would be a big boost in that bid.
80.
Whether it's for Group B sport
Stephanie
or whether he
McGuire,
still stays in contention to win
161.
Group A, winning this game could be crucial to either of those tasks.
You can see that on the back of Stefan's shirt, he's got mountains on there.
90.
But if he sees
Harry
Harry Ward
McGuire,
take this double
24.
12, he'll be peaked off.
Game shot.
And he may have to move those mountains if he's going to finish above Harry Ward in the Group A table, because it is Ward who has turned it around totally. He was facing defeat when Belmont led 2-0, but then missed that double opportunity when he missed a big number of 16 and 8 next to it. Had an opportunity to lead 3-0, and Ward bounced back. A 4-2 success for him. That 120 checkout was the turning point of the game, and it is 2 points for Harry Ward, who's in third place now. But first place, he's going to play last place next as Bradley Brooks meets Joe Croft. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the table topper Bradley Brooks is back in action. There you see him, 2 points clear of Marvin van Velzen, who's 2 points clear of Harry Ward, who's 2 points clear of Stefan Belmont, who's 2 points clear of Conan Whitehead, who is 2 points clear of Joe Croft, who is playing Bradley Brooks in this fourth match of the day.
Did you wear your 2 points clear T-shirt this morning?
Brooks is actually some 10 points clear, isn't he, of Joe Croft, which is remarkable considering how well Croft played in game 1.
Yeah, it almost doesn't feel like a top versus bottom battle after what we've seen from Crofty at the start of today, which was flawless. Ton plus check out. 4 out of 4 on the doubles. Ton plus average. Beating an opponent who's averaging 95. Possibly Crofty's best ever performance on this stage.
First leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
It's definitely in the locker. It shouldn't be a surprise. He's a fabulous technician. And who's to say by the end of the week that Joe Croft is not in Champions Week? Think about last week. Thomas Banks didn't have the best of times in Group A, but by the time he'd played in a secondary group, he was in the conversation. Not according to the odds compilers, who got it completely wrong last week when it came to Thomas.
Yeah, that Champions Week is filling up.
49.
End of August, the finals night, the Champions Night will take place for Series 8.
125.
And there are some very interesting names in there already. I'm going to get, in a moment, Paul Nicholson's prediction of who he thinks might win it. In fact, we'll do that in the next leg. I'll run through all the names. 3 players are confirmed in Group A already as well. We'll inform you of that. See who the asset thinks is a standout star. Right now, though, Croft leaving 152. Brooks hoping to leave something smaller.
Oh, that scuppers that then. What was going to be an easy leave of a finish
44.
turns out that he doesn't leave one, so Croft has got room to breathe.
60.
An additional chance to pressure.
100.
Does a good job.
40.
It's a double. Will Croft get a shot at one? He has been pulling those darts left all leg long.
52. Bradley required 34.
Does he stay persevering at that? I'm not sure he should have with the second dart. I'm about to be proved wrong when this goes straight in.
No
Almost
score.
did. Only had half a bed to aim at, but couldn't find it.
Joe's now missed a dart at a double.
20.
And has relinquished his perfect visits of the day. He's persevering with double 17. I think he's going to split it this time.
Game shot.
He's definitely more comfortable on double 12.
Bradley Brooks.
He threw that one a little faster, but he's been employing this new rhythm over the last 6 months. When he came here and he won a week, Bradley Brooks, he said that he was a work in progress. What we're seeing over the last couple of days,
48.
and indeed this morning as well, is just more evidence that he is still a work in progress. What he wants to be is close to his best by the end of December. So he can have an assault on the Pro Tour again in 2025. That's what this year is all about.
Yeah, just to fulfill my promise, Champions Week players so far, Connor Scott, Thomas Banks and Neil Duff, they've got the 3 highest averages from their winning weeks so far, so will be guaranteed to be playing in Group A that week. Tom Sykes, Jim Long, Jimmy Vansky, Richard, Eric Rowlands, Adam Paxton, Paul Hogan are the other players that are already in the lineup. 3 to fill. Anyone stand out for you yet, Paul?
Yeah, there's a couple in there. Obviously, Connor Scott looks really good. But I've got something in my water telling me that it might be Neil Duff's time. He might just be the player to complete everything under this roof. He's won double star. He's won groups. He's won weeks. The only thing missing is the series.
And he will be defending that double trouble title the week after that Champions Week as well, Neil Duff. That coming up first week of September. Again, tickets available for that at dartshop.tv.
60.
As Bradley Brooks here
Bradley
looks to
requires
double his
65.
advantage and tighten his grip on top spot in the group.
Treble 19 was the target. He was trying to leave double 4. We're seeing from Bradley a few other ways of leaving things. Now, what has he done here?
41.
Chased the treble, didn't he? 12 for the bullseye, but then missed it. Gives Croft this unexpected opportunity,
72.
which he almost took, but not quite.
24.
Double 12 again. That is a good guide.
No
it's gone the other
score.
side.
So you require 32. Game shot on the second leg.
Not hanging around
Croft.
these two. What could have been 2-0 is now best of 5 from here for Bradley
The
if he
leg, it's
wants
Joe to throw first.
to widen his gap at the top of the table to 4 points, which would be troublesome for Van Velzen, who's got Belmont in game 6.
140.
Are we going to see carnage in this table? Because Joe Croft has got no pressure on him now. He could be the ultimate spoiler for the day.
100.
We said last Wednesday that when Moreno Blom was towards the bottom of the table, he could cause
100.
chaos. He did.
Croft, if the first
42.
performance is anything to go by, when he averaged 101.92, hit 318s, 4 out of 4 on the doubles, then nobody will relish playing him
100.
today. Conan Whitehead certainly didn't. He's back next against Harry Ward, buoyed by victory over Belmont in
60. Joey
the
record
previous match.
61.
Going to stay and try and leave double of his choosing.
95.
Now, this is an interesting number. And Bradley has decided to start on the 60.
100.
Tactically, that was all wrong.
66.
Yeah, and even the last dart, he just switched for the last dart and he left to finish there. He started in the wrong place, finished in the wrong place, and now he finds himself in the wrong place.
He scored 140, but it's probably the worst 140 you'll see this week.
99. Joey require 18. Game
There you
shot
go, a
the
lead
third
for
leg.
Joe Croft with
Joe
16 darts in the third leg. Let me explain 299, and
Game on.
I've had many conversations with our referee Owen Binks about that number. And he's had many conversations with Jelle Klaassen about it.
55.
So allow me to enlighten you as to the right route for 299. 19's first.
140.
If you get the single, 2 treble 20s leaves 160. That's plan A. Plan B, you get the treble 19 on your first dart. It leaves
57.
242. What's the best route after that? It's the 18s, because you get 4 of them. That leaves 170.
40.
So Bradley Brooks got dart 1, dart 2, and dart 3 wrong, even though he scored 140. Every single one was in the wrong department.
Yeah, it's a good point
85.
actually, because if you go for the single, if you go for the 20 and hit a single, you then can't leave the finish, can you?
Precisely. I wasn't really of that sort of thinking until
56.
I had that conversation with Owen and Jelle. And this game should, at this level and at the pro level, all be about making sure your last
60.
dart can leave a finish. Don't waste a dart. And we are getting to that level now.
42.
You can attack that one. And look what happened with that.
139.
Easy to say that games that
99.
Bradley Brooks
Bradley require
is in
105.
could be heavyweight contests, but he's more like a bantamweight. Who in darting terms can punch like a heavyweight.
89. Joey require 124.
Well, this could be the moment of the match. If Croft takes this, Brooks is in trouble. He can't. So Bradley is back
92. Bradley requires 16.
for 2-2.
Double 4. Slight change of body position. And very well done.
4 flag. Bradley Brooks.
There's been a lack of comfort, though, it seems, on the outer ring in this game for Bradley Brooks. 10 darts missed at doubles.
5th flag, it's Joe to throw first.
Some of them by a
Game.
distance as well.
And look at the way that Bradley holds the dart. It is all the way back onto the stem. So he holds the stem and the joint of the stem in the barrel.
39.
Throwing from that far back can create a bit of instability with the flight of your dart. It just goes to show what kind of control he's got by throwing that far back. Because there aren't many people who can do that. He's got a lot of fingertips on the bottom of the barrel as well. But what you find is the thumb and the forefinger
92.
are pressing more on the dart than the other two. They're just there to stabilize the dart. Look at that.
135.
It is conducive for very heavy scoring because it's the same thing that Michael Smith does.
100.
Yeah, it's one of those throws that when it clicks, you sort of start to feel like you can't miss. Because it's effortless, isn't it? In many ways.
107.
It's a great action. I think it's improving as the seasons go on.
Well, it's one thing that he's worked on, actually. He spoke about it last time he was here. Taking out the practice swing in his throw, and it's all one motion now.
Doesn't get a shot at the ball. So Joe,
87.
72 for 3-2. That leaves 63. Might only be the bullseye.
39.
Can't take it this time. Brooks for the break. To be within one. Very, very impressive under pressure with the last dart. He does like playing Joes, doesn't he? Because he hasn't lost to this Joe this week. He might not lose this one. And when he won his World Youth Championship, he beat Joe Davis. I'm sure that was a somewhat peculiar situation because Bradley won that behind closed doors.
97.
The same day that Michael Van Gerwen beat Mervyn King for the Players' Championship Finals title. And that had the infamous Mervyn King just about to give it large and decided not to.
Yeah, and the immortal line, "What is wrong with you?"
60.
Would love to see. Don't want to see it, but do want to see it at the same time. Mervyn King here at the Super Series at some point. He is under threat of losing his tour card. Of course, we wish him the best in keeping that. But if not, Mervyn, there's a place for you here.
I've heard people even whispering over the last few days that Simon Whitlock's starting to look over his shoulder. But that's probably just social media talking. Nobody lasts forever.
60.
But it's great that the people who will not keep their tour cards, they are going to have other places to play.
174.
Not for the first time today, Bradley Brooks is finding a perfect style visit.
And not for the first time today, he's putting his foot down when it counts. He'd won his previous 7 matches. Bradley Brooks before this one. Make it 8. Bradley Brooks keeps rolling on. And if he keeps winning, then he will win the group. Brooks defeats Croft by 4 legs to 2. Not the greatest game we've seen so far today, but it won't matter. Brooks only cares about picking up the points that will take him to finals night. And he's got 2 of them there, moving closer and closer to booking his Saturday spot. Coming next, Harry Ward in action. He takes on the Series 1 champion, Conan Whitehead.
Welcome to the church. And yes, this is the Modus Super Series. Conan Whitehead, I promise you, is going to play right-handed in this match, but for some reason he's practicing lefty. Just in case, I guess. But what we can tell you is that if Conan does not win this match, he is destined for Group C. Because the person he's about to play, if he's victorious, he goes to 14 points, and Conan will be 6 points behind, with only 3 fixtures remaining here on Wednesday.
First leg, it's Harry to throw first. Game on.
Ever seen anybody practice lefty before they play righty?
Only other player I've seen do it, actually, is the one that Conan beat in his Series 1 final, Graham Usher.
58.
And I was determined to see him do it in a game, because I know he has done it in games away from the cameras, but he worries a bit too much that people think it's disrespectful, but he can play equally well with his left hand as he can with his right, Usher.
And there are many players who have suffered from dartitis who have decided to start playing left-handed to get away from that. The darts referee, he did that and spoke about it during our last Influencer Week.
100.
Yep, and on the Oki series, available here on the YouTube channel, plenty of fantastic features with him, Ashley Coleman, the Whitlocks.
96.
And some great ones in the pipeline. I believe including you yourself, Paul, at some point.
100.
Yeah, I think we'll have a chat at some point. Maybe reference the fact that I used to play left-handed for about 6 weeks. Broke my wrist back in 2003 and wanted to play darts so badly.
78.
Decided to use the other hand. I was awful with my left hand.
Conan Whitehead, not too bad here. Just going back to the Usher point as well, there are situations where swapping hands would be advantageous, aren't they? A bit like when you see Ronnie O'Sullivan do it on a snooker table.
Yeah, that's true. Depends on blocker darts, angles.
121.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see somebody do that in the future. 88 for Conan.
21.
Usually so dependable on double 4.
65.
But relinquishes control. That's the time you don't want to press the red button.
Game
But that'll do. Perfect right angle there. Bullseye, down to 3. And then right from the bullseye into the double 6. It's what we call a 90-degree shot.
121.
It's a really strong week this week. 4 weekly winners are playing here in week 10. Whitehead, Chaz Barstow, Mike Gillett, who you're going to see in Group C tomorrow, and Bradley Brooks.
77.
They've all been to Champions Week before. And 11 of the 12 players have been to Saturdays. Just signifying the strength in depth
56.
that you're seeing this whole week.
Yeah, really strong groups. It's getting that way now, isn't it? Every group you've got
171.
such a proven amount of players, and then these newcomers seem to be pretty handy as well.
140. Can you book 132?
Interesting. Decided to go for it.
98.
There is an argument. Even though Conan, he's either miscounted there or he wanted to leave 34 for some reason. There's an argument out there that Conan is one of the best players in the world at treble 18.
Game shot in the
Maybe that's
second
why
leg.
he left it.
Conan Whitehead.
Yeah, no problem with that at all.
Well,
Then
we
I
are
get
seeing a
Harry to throw
day that
first. Game.
is littered with going for checkouts different ways. This game can be played in so many different ways. And I like the entertainment factor of that. Because earlier, Bradley
53.
Brooks went for treble 12, double 12 on 60. And he had 3 darts in hand. Now, apparently, the coolest way to get 88
95.
is to go treble 18, double 17.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Because it's
60.
not like he'd thrown any darts anywhere near the two normal targets that you would go for there.
Well, this setup that Conan's got,
100.
it almost feels like those barrels have been on a diet. They look a lot slimmer than they used to be when he was at Lakeside a few years ago, but the points have got longer.
Yeah, they are long. Maybe he did block the treble 20 when he hit the 25 in that visit.
Look at those bad boys. Long points.
99.
Remember the days when points were just standard? Now there's so many variations. Colour, texture,
60.
length, even width of point.
79.
Well, he puts himself on a checkout where he will be taking aim at that treble 18. I'd love to see some stats, but I do take Paul's point that he does seem to hit it more than most.
82. Conan, you require 128.
He'd hit it twice here. Oh, not quite.
Look how disappointed he is. It's almost like he's got treble 18 on the end of his
92. Harry, you
throwing
require
arm.
146.
18's not needed on that combo. But it's two 18s for
98.
Conan.
You require 36.
Predominantly his favourite double.
Game shot on the third leg. Conan Whitehead.
Easily done. 2-1 lead for Conan. Playing well again,
Fourth leg, it's
like he did in his
Conan
first
to
game,
throw
but lost that one 4-2. This time, he's up the ante by about 6 points.
And he's so good on 18s that he will
92.
make that switch. Now, talk us through the history of players that have done that rather than the standard switch down to the 19s.
From 1978
85.
to 1990, switching to 18s first wasn't a thing. Come 1991, entered Dennis Priestley. And he started to do it on a regular basis.
40.
And people thought, well, why is he doing that? He did it because he was really good at it. It's not necessarily the best place to go on a third dart switch. Or even a second dart switch and staying there with dart 3. But if it's a strong treble for you, positionally, use it. In times gone by,
140.
Dennis has continued it. Rob Cross has taken it. And obviously Conan as well. They're the three strongest players that I can remember who have done the 18 switch.
Yeah, so not always mathematically
100.
sensible, but less taxing.
The shift from the 60 to the 18s is minimal. Whereas going down to the 19s,
40.
it's just a bit more fiddly.
You were one of the first proponents of a kind of similar shot in the World Grand Prix when you
100.
start on the double 16 and go across to the treble 19 rather than up to the treble 20.
I don't know if anybody used to do that before me. It was a plan that just came to me, and I thought, I like
59.
double 16.
Harry, you
The
require
switch to the 19s
160.
makes sense, and it made me a stronger Grand Prix player. And as a result of that, it opened a few people's eyes, and they've started to do it on a regular basis.
55.
If that's one of my legacies, I'm happy with that.
Conan, you require 130.
Well, it's straight and simple here. One treble 20, and he gets a go at the bull. Not to be.
Now, that dart was so low
94.
with dart 1, it could have almost hit the
Harry, you
quad
require
20
61.
on the old quadro board. 56 left, so options. Option 1.
41.
He's going to pay for that.
Conan, you require 36.
Conan forgot his wallet.
28. Harry, you require 20. Game shot on the fourth leg.
And it goes
Harry.
from Ward, so all square in this one.
7th of August today.
Harry to throw first.
And some very notable birthdays today as well, as Conan is not a happy bunny. Many happy returns to John McDonald, who's over in Australia right now, getting ready for the Australian
93.
Darts Masters. Colin Lloyd is not in Australia, but he's celebrating his birthday as well. And I'd like to send a happy 82nd birthday out to Doug McCarthy. Someone that you might have heard of, might not have heard of. Quickly, it's someone that Glenn Durrant definitely knows. Used to play for County Durham.
134.
Used to play for England as well in the late 70s and early 80s. Fabulous player. Used to play pairs with John Law. And
60.
here's a little teaser just for a leg. Doug McCarthy, when he made his England debut back in the late 70s, who did he play on debut and beat?
Answers in the YouTube chat.
41.
No Googling.
The twist on that story is that they would play each other again
92.
the following year, and then the result would be reversed.
Good
darts from Ward. And Whitehead's looking to leave a finish, and should.
83.
Same finish.
141.
60 for starters. Not found. Whitehead will come back for that combo.
50.
If darts was a restaurant,
Only never 141.
60 for starters would be very popular. You'd almost sell out.
83.
Now, what does
Area
Ward
required,
do here?
91.
Could go bolt, or he could be aggressive and go treble 17. Now he could go even more aggressive and go double 17. But two singles means all he can do is
51.
tee it up and then almost
Point 58.
inadvertently hit the treble.
Tops. Break of throw
Game
for
shot on
Conan.
fifth leg.
He's not angry
Conan
anymore.
Whitehead.
All smiles this time on the inside
Fifth leg,
anyway.
it's Conan to throw
For Conan
pairs.
Whitehead, who
Game on.
leads and throws for the win.
You know when David Schlichting was here and people started finding the lens a
92.
bit more? Whitehead was doing that well before Schlichting did. But his was just a bit more subtle. It was just a raise of the eyebrow.
39.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be the cameraman when Conan Whitehead was giving you the death stare, would you?
56.
He can stare so intently into a lens, he can make it melt.
Answer in the chat to your question, Paul. Paul Howells says, was it Leighton Rees?
50.
Wrong country, right era.
Keep him coming.
100.
Yeah, they would play each other twice in 2 years. England versus Scotland.
57.
I think I know what answer I'd give now, but I'll leave it open for a little longer.
Yeah, they played each other in 1979 and 1980.
81.
And it was one game apiece between Doug McCarthy and said opponent. I first met Doug back in the late 90s. And people would just tell me stories about him, saying, he used to play for England when you were born. I thought, that is so cool.
Well, we might be running out of time here because Conan Whitehead closing in on the win.
85.
Shall I let the cat out of the bag then?
Well, I'll give you my guess. Is it Jockey?
It is Jockey Wilson. Ding, ding, ding for Chris Murphy. Yeah, Jockey Wilson lost the first game to Doug McCarthy, but then returned the favour the following year.
13. Conan, you require
13.
87.
An unlucky end. Is it the end for Harry Ward? He's just realised he's not on a finish. But then gone for it anyway. Double 5.
82.
Oh, treble 18 was surely the short pull.
That's what I was looking for. Doing that means that you are now cornered
44.
into
Only
one double 2
5.
territory.
Conan cornered, but
Shut out
Conan
the
conquers as
Conan
Whitehead
Whitehead.
wins. Victory over Harry Ward, 4-2 the margin of it, and he was good value for it in the end. When you look at the stats for this game. It's an average of 88.06. I think he's just trying to explain to him Binks why he did that. Maybe he thought Ward was on a finish in the end there. But all's well that ends well for Whitehead. 4 out of 10 on the doubles as well. Ward only actually got 3 darts at double in the game, hit 2 of them, but the 2 points go the way of Whitehead. Now the 2 ADC Europe representatives are going to be in action as Marvin van Velzen takes on Stefan Belmont.
The action continues right now as our 2 ADC Europe participants will now do battle to see who gets off the mark for today, because 4 of our 6 players have yielded points already and these 2 are yet to do so. They have very similar records of making Saturdays here at the Modus Super Series because they have been here before multiple times. They've only missed out once prior to this, but Marvin is 1 Saturday from 2 attempts. Belmont is 2 from 3 attempts. As it stands right now, it looks like Marvin may have left himself a little bit too much to do in catching Bradley Brooks, and Belmont is now in a dogfight for Group B.
First leg, it's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Van Velzen lost out to Brooks in his opening match. Now really needs to win. In fact, defeat here, and it almost looks like Brooks is home and hosed, and Van Velzen, ironically, will be then relying on Belmont to beat him in his next game. Belmont also going down 2-4 to Harry Ward in his first match of Wednesday.
I definitely think that Van Velzen is on an upward trend. From the first time he came here, I looked at his action, I looked at his demeanour, I looked at his statistics, and I thought, well, okay, something to work with.
60.
If by the second and third time you see someone play, you are looking at them with more positivity, that's got to be encouraging, right?
58.
I think this place has had a really good effect on Marvin. I think his action is better. I think his poise is better. I think he's more ready for more difficult challenges.
40.
And as for playing in the Dutch Darts Championship earlier this year, that definitely was a jolt in the right direction.
Such a good first dart follower, isn't he?
180.
Marvin van Velzen, and he exhibits that attribute with the first 180 of this match.
And if he does go a bit nuclear on the old dart circuit, he's probably going to be called MVV.
41.
Hoping to be the MVP this week.
Game shot on the
Precision
first
finish
Marvin
on
van
tops there. 15 dart start for Van Velzen on throw.
Second I get Stefan to throw first. Game on.
Well, who for you is the most famous Marvin of all time? You're a man of the world, Murph. You know a lot about
60.
different things.
Marvin. I have to say
60.
Marvin Gaye.
I think he'd be top of a lot of people's list. If Chris Mason was here, he'd say Marvin Hagler. One of the best boxers of all time.
39.
You've got to warn me about these questions, Paul. Let me do my research.
You're putting me on the spot. I thought I'd just return the favour. Couple that I knew off the top of my head. Marvin the Martian.
60.
And Marvin Hamlish, one of the best score writers for movies. Up there with a lot of the best of all time. But is there any reason why Marvin van Velzen can't be part of that conversation in 5-10 years?
Or is he going to be part of the Super Series Saturday conversation? Can he close the deficit? Remember, he started the day as favourite to win this group, but that early defeat to Bradley Brooks has put him 4 points adrift of victory. He would cut that to 2, and it would still be very much game on. However, he is now kind of tiptoeing across the tightrope, isn't he? Can't afford one misstep.
That's what we want when it comes to the end of a Group A situation, and particularly when it comes to Friday as well, as the complexion of your situation becomes very clear. Just lost control of this match at the start because of the good stuff from Marvin, but Stefan's just not finding it. And I just wonder if this is a bit of a hangover from
85.
that third game of the day, why he was in so much control against Harry Ward and then fell off a cliff.
131. Marvin, you require 51.
Double top to double his lead. Double 10 to double his lead.
41.
And they're hoping Belmont doesn't clean this up.
Well, Stefan's done brilliantly. That treble 17 to leave this makes the shot just a little bit easier. Bullseye. The benefit.
105.
Almost gets it.
Marvin, you require 10.
Yeah, unlucky there. Gave it a go. I think there was a little exchange of words between Van Velzen and Belmont. Not sure whether they were friendly or not, to be honest.
Well, against Bradley Brooks.
8.
Oh, that's a silly dart, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit too impatient.
No
and
score.
that is even worse.
Marvin, you require.
We've gone from the bizarre to the ridiculous there. Van Velzen threw in fury and hit a treble 1 to leave himself double 1. And then Stefan Belmont's managed to bust 25 in one dart.
Score.
This time he stops himself from throwing that third dart, but he couldn't have made that situation any worse.
Does he stay there? changed his route. Now, he almost hit that treble. At least he wouldn't have bust going that particular plate. But it is double 12. Which he can't hit either.
Marvin, you require 2.
Visit number 9 to break the throw. Same guide. Different result. Turns out he didn't even need the guide.
Marvin
He hit it really clean.
He's got into some strange kind of zone here, hasn't he, Marvin van Velzen? Taking his time quite a lot today.
To throw first. Game on.
Almost trying to play as if there's not an opponent on the stage. He's not acknowledging their existence at all.
Everyone's got their own motives, but you're absolutely right. He's taking extra seconds here. He probably still thinks that he's got a fantastic chance of winning this group.
55.
He can still do so, but he needs help from 3 players. First, actually, it's Belmont, because he's going to take on Bradley Brooks in game 8.
60.
Then he needs help from Harry Ward, who plays Bradley in game 10. And then at the end, Conan Whitehead against Bradley Brooks is game 14. If he's still in with a shout then,
100.
It'll be fascinating how many points Marvin has amassed, because he's going to finish his quarter before Bradley. Now, we've talked about famous Marvins. What about famous Steffens?
Oh, where to start, Paul? Where to start? I fear we will never stop if we start.
I'll just do these 2 names, I promise.
125.
Well, go on, give us your number 1.
Well, mine would be Stefan Edberg, the famous tennis player.
59.
From Sweden. And a very famous Australian Stefan Dennis, who played a character in Neighbours.
Edberg was the one that came to my mind, so that might settle the argument, to be honest. Belmont hoping to be a sort of trailblazer in his own sport.
There is a bit of a segue between Stefan Edberg and Stefan Belmont, for instance, because Edberg did coach Roger Federer,
45.
the countryman of Stefan Belmont, who doesn't have a finish here and is staring down the barrel of 3-0 down.
$56.
Well, this has not been the best performance we've seen from Van Velzen, but it's been even worse by Belmont, unfortunately. And MVV leads by 3.
Van Velzen. 4-flagged Stefan to throw first. Game on.
You notice some of these dart players these days have got really wicked logos. Last week, Jamie Atkins' logo looked like an algebra equation.
100.
And this week, we've got Van Velzen, who's got MVV on the back of his shirt and looks like a spacecraft or some sort of stealth bomber.
80.
Well, that was all flight. Just goes to show how strong that flight is. It didn't capitulate. And we did have a conversation last week, Henry Deacon and I, about the amount of darts that are finding their way to the floor by virtue of these flights that are just a little tougher.
Yeah, it happens a lot, doesn't it?
$93.
Does throw them very hard, doesn't he? Gives them a good old hike. Speaking of which, one thing we could talk about today is the vernacular of throwing a dart. Because different places around the world, they call it different things. They have slang terms for throwing. Chucking. In the northeast of England, it's called
92.
Going for a hoy. Or as they would say up north, gan for a hoy. I wonder if they've got the same sort of thing in other parts of the world, like Switzerland or maybe in Ireland. I'm sure they do.
95.
He was out of rhythm there, and he was desperately trying to leave 96. He'll have to settle for a finish to win this match. Wouldn't be his biggest finish of the week. He's got a 170. But it would be even harder
85.
than a 170.
Marvin, it require 141.
Well, can MVV produce a finish that's out of this world?
$53. Stephen, it require 130.
Could have been better placed. Belmont gets the opportunity. Has had 3 darts at double already. Should have had more, of course, after that mess in the second leg of the game.
81.
You've got to be honest, it hasn't been a good performance from Belmont. I think round 2 has been nothing like round 1. Round 1 was brilliant. Round 2, people have been caught doing the wrong things at the wrong times.
63.
And even Van Velzen, who gets a match start there at the bullseye, can't punctuate the performance. And he could well be going into leg number 5.
Well, there's only been a couple of whitewashers in this group, and Joe Croft's been on the wrong end of both of them. Stefan Belmont ensures he will not add his name to that roll of dishonour.
First. Game on.
He's a man of few words, Stefan, isn't he? Took him a little bit of time to get his first victory on the European Tour. I think he was always seen as an associate member qualifier when they had those, and a good draw.
100.
I don't think he's seen as a good draw anymore, considering what success he's had on the Pro Tour as a substitute player in the last 18 months.
59.
But we're not seeing that same level here today. It's a very high elbow that he's got there and a high address position.
100.
Almost reminds me of Martin Schindler a few years ago. Albeit from a different position, because Stefan's a lot taller than Martin. But that elbow is very high and the address position is almost at the temple instead of under the eye.
140.
Just look at this on the drawback. Very, very high.
$60.
Now, there is a sporting analogy when it comes to Marvin this week. He'll be looking to massage his inner Femke Ball. Because, did you see her in that mixed relay the other day? She was about 50 metres behind with 300 metres to go and won by 5 metres. That's what Marvin's looking to do with his last few games. To charge at the end.
Winning this one a must for Marvin, and he is almost there. Leaves double 16 for a 4-1 success. Nothing Belmont can do about it.
Little resistance, really. 29. And he was given the opportunity by his opponent 32. To get that 4th leg. He might not get another.
$16.
Well, the second one could have been in. It was very, very close, but it's mismatched darts for Van Velzen as Belmont bids to break. But again, they're all sort of drifting into that 5 at the moment.
Was the case for Croft
42.
In game 4, and he paid the penalty 16. Against Bradley Brooks. Can Marvin make Stefan pay and get back within 2 points of the top spot? There it is. He's finally got it done. He's not going to get any extra points for the average. It wasn't a great average in the end, but the resistance coming back from the Swiss, it just wasn't there. So, after 2 rounds completed, Marvin Van Velzen, who started the day all square with Brooks, has lost ground, but he's made some up after game number 6. When we come back, it's going to be Joe Croft up against Harry Ward.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg, and
dish out a heavy defeat. Seems what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish a 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
On the second leg, Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
on the third leg,
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
On the second leg, Darius Labanowski.
Well, Smith is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist. He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
on the fourth leg,
just like that. Only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
On the first leg,
It's a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
on the second leg,
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back, approaching the halfway stage of the day here at the Super Series, and just 3 games for each of the players left to play in Group A. And here's what's happened so far. Bradley Brooks winning that all-important top-of-the-table tie with Marvin van Velzen in Game 2 after Joe Croft had the performance of the day in Game 1 against Conan Whitehead. Brooks backing that up, Van Velzen winning against Belmont, meaning that he does stay in touch with Bradley at the top of the table, just 2 points adrift of Brooks in top spot. Remember, only the winner goes through to finals night from this group that plays in second and third going to Group B. So Harry Ward winning that battle at the moment. Conan Whitehead and Stefan Belmont still in contention. And Joe Croft looks set for Group C, although he could give himself an outside chance if he wins this game against Ward.
Yeah, I don't think there's any pressure on Joe now with 3 games to go. He'll probably be thinking, I'm going back to start at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And if that's the case, I'll just have to get through that group instead, where it's only 2 players from 6 competitors that will go through to Saturday with the winner of Group A. As for Group B, Harry Ward is currently in a spot for that.
First leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
He is 6 points behind Bradley Brooks with 3 games to go in the group. And also 10 legs behind Bradley Brooks.
100.
That's tantamount to another 2 points, really. So if Harry can consolidate third spot, I think he'll be quite happy with that. And he does have a very decent record in making Saturdays, Harry. 4 occasions he's been there out of 5 attempts. That's pretty good.
Yeah, very good. We know he's a quality player. Not every tour card holder ever goes on to win a PDC title, do they?
So true. So true. If he didn't throw darts for the rest of his life from this point on, at least he could say, I won an event that was attended by the best in the world.
60. Jerry record 167. 45.
I think Joe's legacy moving forward, I think what's important to him is that he breaks out of the
59.
shackles of his name
They
and just
require
creates
122.
something that is just Joe, not just Croft. I think it's difficult when you've got
90.
a name that is synonymous with something and you want to be known for what you do on merit, not just on the fact of what you're called.
86. Joe, you require 32. Game shot on the first
That
leg.
is
Joe Croft.
Croft showing his credentials in his own right. For those who don't know, he's the grandson of Ollie
leg, it's
Croft,
Harry
who
to
of
throw
course was the
Game.
head honcho at the BDO in days gone by, was the main man in the organisation of World Darts, wasn't he?
45.
I think if he does make the big time, a lot of people will say, come on, Joe, you've got to get the old sideburns going.
180.
Because Ollie was noted for those for many, many years.
100.
That's such a lovely technique, Joe. But look at the hand. Look how closed it is.
134.
When he draws it back, it's almost like a catcher's mitt. All the fingers are curved, and the dart disappears inside the grip.
55.
No, the player that always springs to mind when you think of that, Ronnie Baxter.
58.
Almost got a closed fist, hasn't he, before the dart just appears out of his
That's
hand.
it. He used to twist it to the right-hand side so it didn't collide with his cheek. And then he would correct it on the way
41.
through and
Joe,
throw
you
it forward from there.
129.
Kyle Anderson used to do that as well.
89.
Good start here from Joe. Harry's still in the blocks.
$100. Joe, you require 40.
If Harry Ward was to lose this match, opportunities could be knocking for
Game
two
shot
other
the
players
second leg. Joe
named
Croft.
Belmont and Whitehead, because they're only 2 points behind Ward. And
They'll get
Whitehead
Joe to throw first.
has got Marvin in game 9. Belmont's got Bradley Brooks next, so things aren't looking too rosy for Belmont.
140.
You don't see many dart players these days with
100.
the old clean-shaven look all the time. Facial hair is a very, very big thing in this sport, isn't it?
We're a lazy bunch, aren't we, Paul?
138.
Those who work in darts.
I used to have a superstition that I would never shave for a darts match.
134.
I don't even know where that came from, you know. From my county days back 25 years ago. I just didn't want to be
59.
clean shaven for a darts match. I didn't feel good that way.
You get those stories, don't you, where players are, I'm not going to shave until I lose, and they keep going on a massive winning streak, and they're sort of hoping to lose at some point.
Yeah, famous
30.
NFL player Brett
Joe, you
Kiesel
record
used to do that.
164.
He would leave his beard all season long, and a lot of hockey players do that in the NHL.
100.
Well, this is a very, very strong display once again from Joe Croft, who had a brilliant first match. Disappeared somewhat against Bradley Brooks in his second, but he's back up to those
55.
high levels
Joe, you
here.
require 64.
He's up and down like an oscilloscope.
32.
But that final note on dart 3 doesn't quite hit the mark.
Is he going to just leave double one here? Why not?
180. Joe, you require 32.
Does it make any difference?
No score.
It does now.
Harry, you require 2.
Did the 180 rattle Joe Croft? Has it rattled
No
Harry
score.
himself? Well,
Joe, you
now
require 32.
might be ruining that decision.
Game shot on the third
Finally
leg.
gets that 32
Joe
bet
Croft.
for 3-0. The average dips by 10 points at the end of that leg, but he doesn't
Harry
care.
to throw first. Game on.
It's amazing how many dart players who come here
86.
from the ADC are having success now, but more people are talking about ADC darts than ever before. I'm meeting people
79.
in different walks of this sport who constantly talk about vault tournaments and global championships.
95.
I mean, where do you think the ADC is going to be in another 12 months?
Yeah, fantastic growth.
100.
There's almost an irony, isn't there, in Joe Croft coming through the ADC system. Hopefully, we are going to see darts at all levels
100.
unified and everybody getting every opportunity available to them.
56.
We are going to be hosting some ADC finals here at the Super Series, by the way. If you book tickets for Saturday night of the 9th of November, on sale now. It's week 9 of the next series. Sorry, we're going to see the WADC finals. Dieter Hedman, Kim Holden, Gemma Hayter, Angie Kirkwood, Vicky Prum, Steph Clark, Fallon Sherrick and Lisa Ashton, who will play each other in the quarterfinals, by the way.
That's a remarkable lineup.
And that'll be in the afternoon
60.
before the finals in the evening of the Super Series. And we'll have the men's finals the following week. We'll come on to that in the next leg, if there is one, because Joe Croft could win this 4-0. If not, we'll come on to it in the next match. But that looks tasty too. Joe,
doesn't it just?
Well, Joe Croft is going to be part of that. Is he going to be off the stage after this next shot?
Require 81.
When you're in this position, you just think to yourself, get rid of it. But he doesn't even get the chance because he's missed his single. .22 scored. Does leave 49. He wasn't sure about it.
41. Harry required 40.
You know exactly where H is going right now. Double 10.
20.
And he's relinquished the ending of this game to Joe.
Game
and it is all over.
The match. Joe Croft.
Another stunning showing from Joe Croft, who started the day bottom of the table. He might end up climbing off bottom spot if he carries on like this today. A very convincing victory by 4 legs to nil. He was the only player that had been whitewashed this week. Now he has dished out a donut to somebody else. 4-0 success for Croft, who moved on to 8 points. That's 2 adrift of Stefan Belmont, who's back in action next and will need to improve a lot if he is to beat the table topper, Bradley Brooks.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosch.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game with that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Bradley Brooks is looking to restore a couple of wins cushion over Marvin van Velzen. And to do it, he'll have to beat Stefan Belmont. If he can get this one, he'll be 4 points clear of van Velzen, who's in action in the next game against Conan Whitehead and will be starting to run out of time, largely down to the fact that he lost the battle with Brooks in the pair's first game earlier today. Stefan Belmont has lost both of his games so far. He's the only player that hasn't picked up points on Wednesday up to now, and judging on his previous performance, and he is going to have to improve by some distance here if he is going to take down the man that sits at the peak of the pile.
First leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Just to put that into some sort of context, Belmont's worst average today is 10 points fewer than Bradley's worst average today. So if they're going to have a bit of a smelly one, we know who's going to win it. And we also know, based on best averages this week, that Brooks would win that one too, because his best average is 102.
Let's not forget as well, Bradley Brooks on the 8-game winning streak after winning all games yesterday, 2 today, his last one on Monday as well.
120.
Where, if anywhere, can you see him slipping up between now and the end of the day? Paul, remaining fixtures, this one, and then matches against Harry Ward and Conan Whitehead. Interesting, which you'll throw second in both of them.
Yeah, that's true. Not ideal to not have the darts in your final 2 matches. However, it swings and roundabouts, doesn't it? Because he had the darts against them yesterday to start this run off.
59.
But if things are going to get sticky, he needs people to do extraordinary things between now and that game with Whitehead. It might just be all said and done before he plays Conan. Let's face facts. If he beats Belmont and he beats Ward,
68.
He's almost there, isn't he? He just needs one tiny little slip up from someone like Marvin, and
140.
he's possibly going to win this group by a distance, judging by the behaviours of the group so far. And there weren't many people saying that this morning when they were tied.
104. Stephanie Vacourt, 93.
Big moment for Belmont here. Bigger moment, arguably, for Brooks. Well, he's gone for the ball and missed it by miles. Not for the first time today.
53. Bradley Vacourt, 50.
Doesn't like to leave double 16, as you can see.
30.
Chance missed.
40.
I just wonder if he ended up blocking that double 10 a little bit there. The way his darts lean over.
Game shot on the first.
Belly breaks
Belmont.
throw in the opening leg. Interesting.
Yeah, it's fascinating what you're saying about the angle of attack for the players.
Game on.
But when Bradley does throw from the right-hand side of the oche, but his darts do lean to the right-hand side. Stefan's going
97.
about as straight as you could hope for, really.
Well, having lost that opening leg, this now means that Bradley Brooks is going to have to break throw in every single match for the rest of the day if he's going to win them all. And if he doesn't win them all, and Marvin van Velzen does, then they would be level on points at the end of the day. But currently, Van Velzen has a better leg difference.
100.
So even though, at the moment, Brooks is holding all the aces, it's not a massively strong advantage, is it?
No, it's not. And one of the reasons why Marvin's advantage on leg difference is so healthy is because he beat Belmont by 4 legs to 1. And that could have easily been 4-0.
55.
We've seen in the past, haven't we, that if you are in a winning position in a Group A situation, and you relinquish that and go into Group B, that could poison your Thursday and Friday because you think you shouldn't be there in the first place. We saw it with John Michael in the previous series. Should have won Group A, didn't. Went into Group B, finished bottom, didn't go to Saturday at all. This bullseye.
107. Stephen Ibrahim, 100.
He could have been 2-0 up. He could still be level after 2.
50. Bradley, you require 25.
I like this player for a number of reasons.
Game shot on the second.
It's always good when you hit
Bradley
it.
Brooks.
But if you think about it, and the reason I want to bring this up is because of what happened in leg 1. You said that possibly he was blocked on double 10. No matter what he does there, if he goes 1, hits double 12, 1, misses, then hits 6s, what's in his way? Nothing.
40.
Every single dart is thrown with an open target. That's why I don't understand people going 5 double 10.
Yeah.
94.
Well, it also takes away the possibility of doing what Stefan Belmont did earlier today, was bust 25 in one dart when he went for the 9 and hit the treble.
60.
I had this discussion with somebody last week, talking about 5 double 10. Doesn't matter how much you like double 10, I still don't like it.
100.
But it is exclusively for people who have an angle of attack like Bradley's. That dart is so prominent and in the sight of said doubles like double 5.
22.
You want to go for double 5 as a last resort with an open bed. And Brooks in the background is not happy with the way he's playing at the minute at all.
100.
Well, he's got that break that he needed, but is he surrendering it straight away?
93.
He just looks a little flat. That's quite unusual considering what is required to win this group today. Urgency. Get it done quickly. Is it the pace of this game that he's not pleased with?
40.
Even if he is displeased with that, he's experienced enough against so many different players from the Development Tour, Challenge Tour, Pro Tour, ADC Tour.
140.
It's just another game.
167.
We can turn this match
51.
and this leg around by
Bradley
taking out a big finish here.
146.
Bradley Brooks. 19s is where he's starting. He's not going to finish it. However, Belmont didn't have the biggest return from his previous
98.
shot.
Stephen, you require 160.
Good start. Good finish.
Game shot on the third leg.
That's his biggest one of the
Stephen
day by
Belmont.
some distance. In fact, his first
The
combination
leg, it's
shot
Stephen
of the
to
day.
throw first.
And Brooks
Game
is stunned. He's not happy about something up there. I don't know what it is.
on. 100.
Yeah, something seems to be leaving a sour taste for Bradley Brooks.
140.
The last thing you want to do right here is give Marvin van Velzen a bit of hope. He plays against Whitehead in the next match. And you can imagine his mood right now.
24.
He's saying, come on, Belly, do me a favour.
And let's not forget, Whitehead's still got plans of his own. He wants to force his way into Group B.
93.
Same as Belmont here. So no one's going to... And the way Joe Croft's playing, he's arguably playing better than anybody today. So you can't predict any game with confidence, in my mind anyway.
I love it when it's like that.
100.
And we are seeing this more often, aren't we? Because when these groups are compiled, they're done so with strength and depth
43.
away from this place. It's getting to the stage where people are being invited, but based on doing well here very recently. And that's what Bradley's here
99.
for.
$96.
Interesting approach there. Didn't have any hesitancy whatsoever to go to the 19s on dart 2. And he will start there this time around as well.
98. Bradley, you require 129.
Oh, he's gone double-double.
89. Stephanie require 80.
May get another chance. May not.
Hasn't missed a dart at a double yet. This is a difficult shot, this.
60. Bradley
And that's
require
why.
40.
That big dart in the way. Brooks has got nothing in the way.
Double 5.
Game shot on the
Bradley
4 flag. Bradley
Manages to
Brooks.
find it. Twice he's been broken. Twice he's broken back.
5th leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Now, Bradley comes from a generation of players, doesn't he? That are super exciting for the future. Some of them have kicked on.
100.
Some of them haven't yet. You got Bradley, you got Ted Everts, they're really close pals. You got Vandenberg and Humphreys, who have kicked on with multiple PDC Major
58.
Championships in their locker. Now think about the people who haven't won the World Youth Championship, who have both
41.
kicked on and some haven't. Max Hopp, for instance. Nathan Aspinall. Ricky Evans, Martin Schindler. You make it to a World Youth Final.
45.
Predominantly, people do things after that.
Yeah, Robert John Rodriguez, another that reached the final and didn't win, but has had a decent career since. A bit like Bradley Brooks, on and off the tour.
I think Nathan Rafferty is one that has a question mark against his name at the minute. He lost in a final to Ted Everts, of course.
I'm not quite sure how to assess the potential of Adam Gavlas either.
59.
I know what you mean. Because when he first made his appearance on the European Tour, we all thought, wow, this kid's got something. If we may be brutally honest, and me saying we is a bit of a loose term because it's me saying this. At the minute, I'm not sold on him. I think changes need to be made. I think he's too slow, too deliberate. He needs to figure out a better rhythm. And I'm not seeing him as promising as before. So things need to change.
Starting to look more promising for Brooks in this game. This would be the first holder throw.
This is one of those games for Brad where he's having to work really hard and to stay patient. It might only be best of 7 legs. And that can be completed in less than 6 minutes in some cases. But right now, Brooks,
Bradley required 44.
he's had his patience. And now he's looking at double 12.
32.
He might pay the penalty for that.
Game shot.
Another one goes against
Stefan
a throw.
Belmont.
That's now 5 consecutive breaks in this game.
Six flag, it's Stefan to throw first.
He is livid.
Game on.
Look at him at the back of the stage, just trying to swallow up all of the disappointment of this match. Staying patient is very difficult in matches like this.
58.
But if he loses one more leg, it's going to be a very good thing for Marvin van Velzen.
He was looking for something to punch there. He just caught the tail end of him with that anger. Maybe he's channeled the anger properly.
180.
Don't do what Colin Lloyd did. You mentioned it's his birthday today. Don't punch a dartboard. That'd certainly make the bedrock, wouldn't it, by Bam Bam?
140.
Well, this performance from Belmont compared to his last one, night and day. He wasn't very good against Van Velzen at all.
100.
This has been way better, especially against the darts. He's 75% on the doubles.
People say darts is on the day here at the Super Series. It's on the game.
95.
But Brooks still in pole position in this leg for another break and to force a decider.
He's got to go back upstairs now.
40.
That hasn't gone to plan. Oh, look what's happening as well.
135.
Could have been a second 180.
So Belmont is going to get the opportunity here. As Bradley Brooks, who made a perfect start to this leg,
41.
has gone wayward for the last 2 visits, and now his chances are disappearing, and Marvin van Velzen will be the big beneficiary.
If Belmont hits the ball on this checkout, Brooks is going to be livid.
But is he going for it? He's thinking about this. He does. And he gets nowhere near it, and that's not the first time we've said that today.
Chances off as quick as it was on.
21. Stephanie required 45.
Well, Marvin van Velzen was waiting for a slip from Bradley Brooks. And he's got one because Stefan Belmont has gone from one of his poorest performances of the week to one of his better ones and has beaten the league leader in Bradley Brooks. That makes things very, very interesting in this group. Not only does it boost Belmont's own chances of being in Group B as he joins Harry Ward on 12 points, it opens the door for Marvin van Velzen to go top of the table, which he will if he beats Conan Whitehead in the very next game.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Andres Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, it sounds a bit fishy, blended on my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. you go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters!
Things didn't go to plan for Bradley Brooks in the last game, and that now invites a certain Marvin van Velzen back into the equation. 18 points for Brooks, 16 points for Marvin, and a win against Whitehead will put Marvin back to the top of the tree. It could have been so different. Brooks could be in the distance and on the cusp of winning the group, but now things have twisted back towards the Dutchman. Whitehead, though, like Chris Murphy mentioned at the end of the last game, he's got his own motives. A win in this match for him, particularly by a certain margin, could get him back in the top 3. That's how tight things are. And he starts this game in 5th. So interesting times ahead. With 7 games remaining in this group, nothing is certain.
It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
No, nothing at all. And we just saw that in the match we just witnessed. And we just feel, I'm sure you feel it at home or wherever you're watching as well, that you can't call any game now.
Conan Whitehead's going to have the biggest say in who wins this group.
45.
Because he has to play both Marvin and Bradley.
How damaging that defeat could have been for Bradley Brooks. Had he won that match, he'd have been 4 points clear
41.
and would have been a win away from qualifying. Now, if he loses this game, or if Whitehead loses this game, Van Velzen wins, he'll be level with Brooks. He'll be in front of him, and he's going to be at least 7 legs clear. Brooks will have gone from being a massively strong favourite to quite a big outsider.
There is actually a risk now
98.
that Marvin could win this group, and Brooks might have too much to do when he plays Whitehead in game 14. Because the 3 games that Marvin has, they come in
70.
quick succession.
Yeah, Brooks playing next. This little exchange between them against Harry Ward, and then you're going to see Van Velzen play against
92.
Croft, have a game off, and then play again against Ward.
He's got the game on, game off scenario. So 3 games for the next 5.
And unlike Bradley, has the darts in both of his last
60.
games. Everything's suddenly starting to point towards him.
170.
But that's all on the provision that he beats Conan Whitehead.
58.
If he doesn't, he's not necessarily back to square one, but he will have missed an opportunity.
Yeah, it'll be in a worse position because he'll be in the same position, but with less time to put it right.
137. Going to 112.
60 needed.
76.
Not many people utilise that treble 12 on 72, but for some reason over the last couple of weeks I've started to see it a bit more. Is it coming back into fashion? Bullseyes never go out of fashion.
64.
Gave it a go.
Going to require 36.
Maybe that's the reason why Conan is not in the top 3 to start this match. His doubles percentage for the week has let him down a little bit. Double 4. Break a
Game
throw.
shot on the first leg.
I'm not sure how much Conan's going to
Marvin
enjoy that
Velzen.
celebration.
Yeah, Van Velzen.
Second leg
Conan's
gets
having a good
Marvin
look
to
at him.
throw
Oh, he didn't enjoy it at all. You were right. But I mentioned it in the previous game. Van Velzen is not looking at his opponents at all. Will not acknowledge their existence.
Honestly, in darting terms, if there's one person you don't want to do that to, maybe it's Vincent van der Voort. But top tier of people that you don't want to celebrate against, Conan is in that bracket.
Oh, the stare.
100.
What have you done, Marvin? You might have just poked the wolf.
140.
Interesting thing to see now is whether he reacts by reacting.
He will. If he wins this leg, he'll give something back. He's not afraid to do anything. Conan does what he wants.
66.
This is why I love watching him, because he is reactive, but he's also proactive.
140.
He loves to play this game, and he loves to have a scrap as well.
Well, the referee Owen Binks now just keeping an eye on. He might have more on his mind than just the darts going in the board, and Whitehead reacts to the speed. We did mention this earlier. It has been evident all day that Marvin van Velzen has been taking his time more than usual.
97.
I'm just watching as well. Our position is right behind the hockey, looking over. Whitehead was basically trying to move him out of the way there by stepping forward.
91.
While Van Velzen was still at the hockey.
Predominantly, if you've played against someone a couple of times this week already, and it's 1-1 between these two players, coincidentally,
59. Only require
you
130.
assess their pace and you get used to them playing a certain way, and you think, well, why are they changing? Now, our attention looks at 88.
122.
So why is he playing with less pace today? Is it because he's just a bit nervous about the situation he's in and he's trying to stay composed? Or is it a tactic?
136.
Yeah, it's right up the Dimitri van den Berg playbook, isn't it? Right, are we going to see a reaction as Paul predicted?
Game shot in the second leg.
I think we heard one.
Conan Whitehead.
It's like that old line from the Kung Fu movies.
Conan to throw
You want to fight?
Game.
Fight me! If there's someone you don't want to have a darting scrap with, it's Conan Whitehead.
81.
Basically, chapter 1.
I'll just try and have a look. When he approaches the hockey now, Conan Whitehead, after this, how quickly he's doing it. He probably won't this time, but because of how slow...
60.
Because of how slow Marvin van Velzen is approaching it, Whitehead is racing there as if to try and take over the pace of the game. It's a little battle, isn't it, about who's going to dictate the pace.
Who said that darts was just flinging metal at a mat?
And look how long he's taking here.
I'll give him props for courage, because I'm not sure I would employ this plan.
Right, watch the difference. Watch the difference as Conan chuckles to himself. He's stepping forward now as the last dart goes. He's already there, ready to throw, while the hands are on the board retrieving the darts.
92.
I just think you pick your moments. And there's going to be some people out there thinking that I'm doing the old pot and kettle black thing.
140.
But the fact remains, in-game, you play your game. You don't play another
94.
game to upset an opponent. I don't agree with that. I think you play your game. If this is the same as him all the time, I'd say fair enough. But if he's changing pace deliberately to try and put off an opponent, I don't like that at all.
The problem is, your game is not just throwing the darts, is it? It's everything around it, and you can't always play your own game. As we're seeing in this game, well, anyone that's been in traffic knows you can't drive faster than the car in front of you. It doesn't end very well.
No, it doesn't. Now, reaction back, question mark?
Game shot in the third leg.
That's a great dart, no matter what you
Marvin van
think.
Velzen.
He could only see half the bed. And now is 2-1 ahead
Ball player gets Marvin
in
to
this
throw
match.
first.
I sneakily think that Conan's quite enjoying this.
I think he is. You didn't catch it on camera. There was a slight reaction, just a little finger point to the side. So Conan would have seen that. You might not have. But that's why he was chuckling to himself, because there is a bit of bravado going on here.
There is.
125.
And if there's one thing Conan knows better than most when it comes to the Modus Super Series, is that you do not win the week on a Wednesday. You win it on a Saturday night around 11 o'clock. And he might be thinking of this moment, saying, well, you have your little moment right now. You might win this group. We might both go to Group B. You just never know. But let's see who's there Saturday night. And if this is the kind of narrative that is going to follow into Saturday night, it's going to make for a fascinating Week 10.
$140.
He's no shrinking violet. I'll give Marvin that prop.
$60.
And he does have 6 darts to get a 3-1 lead.
$44.
Oh, that was messy. It didn't look good at all. And from 179, he was thinking leave 80 or possibly tops.
83.
Now, it's still a 3-dot combination.
Marvin, you require 135.
Well, if we get a supersize finish, then we might really see some kind of reaction, some kind of celebration.
95.
It's a perfect setup instead, but Whitehead has a chance on tops.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Now, that was pretty much the same thing that Van Velzen did in the previous leg. He's just mocking him right in front of his face.
The flag gets
I think it's hilarious.
Game on.
And he made sure he did see it. Van Velzen has been trying not to look at his opponents today, but that was right in front of him. He can't have missed it.
We've still got possibly 3 legs to go.
85.
This is the best game of the day by a mile. But standard-wise, it isn't.
Well, it's been going on over 10 minutes for the first 4 legs. Both players are averaging in the high 80s. It could actually explode. It could go either way. It could explode in more ways than one. But there's an opportunity for that little bit of fire and fight to ignite brilliant darts. We see that happen from time to time.
Now, I know that darts is not a contact sport, but every now and again, we do see a war of the mind, or a war of the, let's say, the preparation. I'm going to give you a sporting example from the UFC.
34.
Michael Bisping and Dan Henderson didn't like each other at all, and they finally faced off in the octagon. And when Dan Henderson
41.
flattened Bisping with an incredible overhand right, Bisping started to fall to the canvas, and most people would just let their opponent fall to the canvas, and then that would be the end of the contest. Oh no. What we've got at this point are 2 dart players trying to do what Dan Henderson did. It's called the flying elbow, where your opponent is on the floor potentially, and then one last blow to an already finished opponent. If we go all the way to leg number 7, things could get very, very interesting.
60.
Good switch. Gets to the finish, but Marvin's finish is a lot more makeable. Can he get past that for a shot at the ball? What would have been really interesting is if he'd hit the 57, then laid up.
58. Going and you require 144.
Being so good on the treble 18, why didn't he go for the 54?
92.
Well, 2 darters each.
Marvin, you require 68.
Who's got the advantage now?
Gets 2 darts. Double 2.
Game shot the 5th.
Giving it large. He's not backing down, is he? Well, he who laughs last will laugh loudest, no doubt about that. That's a breaker throw.
Game on.
I think in a strange little way, Conan respects it because he doesn't want to back down. Because lesser players, present company included, I probably would have backed down to someone like Conan because he can frighten the daylights out of you.
128.
But he's obviously got this mission of winning this group. He wants to be top. After 13 rounds played, and if he gets one more leg in this contest, that will be the case.
I just hope for the sporting spectacle that they carry on like this, but then shake hands and respect each other at the end of it. That's what good sportsmanship's all about.
And again, talking about contact sports like boxing, MMA, kickboxing, Muay Thai, whatever you want, they will kick and punch
45.
and elbow each other for 5 to 12 rounds, but at the end, they'll be hugging. I'm not necessarily convinced that there's going to be hugs at the end of this one.
I actually don't think it's the reactions that'll bother Conan the most. If he does leave this match and feel in any way upset, I think it's this that's going to bother him.
Yeah.
The fact that he's waiting forever, and I think he's just shown that by having a little look at his non-existent watch.
Well, just have a look at his. His is big enough it can be seen from the International Space Station.
Well, it's been a glorious game to watch for many reasons. How does it end? When does it end?
No matter what happens at the end of this match, they've got to go back to the practice room together.
85.
Is it going to be 7 legs? More fun for us, more fun for them, Whitehead. But more tension as well.
And nothing.
7 from final leg, it's Conan.
Nothing from Whitehead in terms of actually reacting to the double being hit, but then he did give a rather heavy-handed fist bump, shall we say, and a look straight in the eyes, which is something Van Velzen has been avoiding.
You and I know Conan very well. It's like bumping fists with Thanos.
I hope he did it with his left hand, Marvin, here.
Got to be the most fascinating game of the week.
81.
You don't often get games like this. I'm not going to call it needle. It's not needle.
100.
It probably deserves a better word than that. Posturing.
I think you're right. I think that you were right when you said Conan's kind of enjoying it in a way. Didn't expect it, didn't really want it, but he's brought it. And he's decided to embrace it. The 180, though, could be the determining factor
60.
In this deciding leg.
Yeah, and that was the first one in this game for Marvin. Great time to get one.
$97.
That's just as valuable. Been a fair few breaks are through in this game as well.
Marvin require 143.
What a recovery from Conan there. That 134 gets him knocking on the door. If he hits this 149...
60. Conan require 149.
Watch out. He's got 74 left. So 89. He's in position for single to double. Marvin might only get one shot at the bull.
83.
Biggest shot of the group.
Well, he's happy with where he's left it, but he won't be happy to watch Whitehead go
60.
To try and take this match on tops.
Game shot and the
It went in. If you weren't looking at the screen, you would know it anyway, because Whitehead let out an almighty roar. But there is that, well, a little bit of respect, but some frostiness And Conan Whitehead very happy with that. Now, I think, to be fair, the frostiness came from the defeated player there. Marvin van Velzen did not want to look at Conan Whitehead as he shook his hand. They still did that, and that just angered Whitehead a little bit, hence the response at the end of the game. And what a spectacle it was. 4-3. They may be playing each other a few more times this week. Well, that remains to be seen, because Van Velzen's chances of winning this group have just been handed a blow. And Bradley Brooks a boost. He's back next against Harry Ward. Well, before the break here at the Super Series, we saw a rather ill-tempered affair with Conan Whitehead beating Marvin van Velzen in a match that had seen lots of machismo at Modus, lots of bravado on that stage, tungsten testosterone everywhere, and then a little bit of frostiness as Van Velzen didn't take defeat well, and Whitehead wanted to enjoy the victory. A victory that does harm Marvin's chances of now winning this group, because that defeat in the previous game, 4-3 to Conan Whitehead, means that he finds himself still second in the table. And there is that table, 2 points adrift of Bradley Brooks. Had Van Velzen won that last leg decider, he would be on 18 points and he would be in first place, as he would have had a much better leg difference. Brooks, who was defeated in the match before against Stefan Belmont, gets away with it and returns to take on third place Harry Ward. But don't think this is a shoe-in for Brooks, of course, because there is a real battle for third place between Belmont, Whitehead, who's now on 12, with the Swiss player and Harry Ward, and they all need victories to try and force their way into Group B.
Absolutely right. Harry's got 1 win from 3 games today, whereas Conan's got 2. Croft has 2, and Brooks has 2. It's been a very even spectrum of victories and losses over the course of the day, but now is the important bit.
First. Game on.
You've put yourself in position for certain things, whether it be getting into Group B or winning the group. Now it's time to finish the job. And it cannot be done
96
by Van Velzen just by winning one match. He must win them both. That's what you feel at this point, because you do fancy Brooks is going to beat Ward
58.
or Whitehead. But if he slips up twice again, Van Velzen's going to come back to the hockey against Croft after this
81.
and against Ward in game 13. Still a ton of possibilities.
59.
There is separation in that table from the top 2 to the next 4.
58.
It's not just that 4-point cushion between the top 2 and the next 4, but the leg difference is seismically different as well.
41.
I just wonder if Bradley is smarting a little bit from losing to Belmont in game 8. Didn't look himself.
180.
And considering he's just been done a favour by Whitehead in pegging back Van Velzen, it's the same equivalent.
97. Harry requires
It's the equivalent of hitting a 180. And then now, Bradley now has to back up that maximum. Because I'm calling that Whitehead victory against Van Velzen a 180 for him.
64.
Got to start getting that first start into a position where he can build a score.
55.
It's just not there at the minute.
Harry required 22. No score.
Oh, Big H is not in front, but he's still got at least one visit left. And one thing that Chris Murphy talked about in the previous match that Bam Bam was in,
Harry
it's a huge
22.
point because Brooks is against the darts in his last 2 matches in this group.
Game shot on the
And
first
he's 1-0
leg.
behind as well.
Harry Ward.
And if he doesn't strike early now, he could find
Second
himself
against
in a
Bradley to
position
throw
that he
first.
can't rectify.
Game.
If your treble 20s are not
134.
cooperating, something else has to. And more often than not, it is treble 19 that needs to do that. Think about some of the premier performers
140.
in World Darts over the years. When they're not at their treble 20 best, they are some of the best treble 19 hitters the world has ever seen, particularly
125.
Michael van Gerwen. How many times has he been in a match where he's needed some assistance elsewhere? And those treble 19s have been remarkable.
123.
Asking a question purely as a layman here, Paul, but is it more difficult to throw at treble 19 than it is at treble 20?
56.
Depends who you are. I always thought that treble 19 was easier to hit because, for me, it was at a better height. 5'8" from the floor to the bullseye, and I'm 5'9", so I was throwing a little bit further up towards the 60, whereas I was throwing down to the treble 19, and I found it a little easier. But I've been speaking to a few people over the last few weeks who have real problems with treble 19.
Well, at the moment, Harry Ward having a little
80.
trouble with tops.
Bradley
Having
required
won the opening leg, and Bradley Brooks really needs to hit back here.
Needs something to happen. And even that department, which was
40.
cooperating earlier,
Harry required
he's not close to it now.
Game shot on the
2-0 down to Big H.
Harry Ward.
And if Marvin van Velzen is feeling
Then
a little bit
against
hollow
Harry
at
to
that
throw
4-3 loss to Whitehead, if he needs cheering up, just look at the screen. If darts was played on paper,
140.
it wouldn't be anywhere near this exciting.
Well, this is going to be, it's starting to look like this is going to be who can fall over the line. At the start of the day, it seemed like who's going to go and get it, but now they're both slipping up one after another.
85.
Yeah, last week, Conor Heenahan won Group A, and he won it on 18 points. That's exactly what Brooks has got right now.
58.
Is that going to be enough? There's a chance. A very slim chance that it might be.
57.
But I don't think it will be.
I just wonder what's going on in the practice room right now, and whether Marvin van Velzen can raise himself again for the next game. Harry Ward, though, has raised himself for this one, no doubt about that. This is brilliant from him.
Where's this come from?
49.
He was dreadful in his last game against Croft. But he was fabulous in his first game against Belmont today. He's been very up and down.
92.
He's gone good game, bad game, bad game. This is another one of the good ones. It could well be as simple as Harry doesn't really know where his game is at, and sometimes
40.
it turns up, sometimes
Harry
it doesn't.
require 40. Game shot in the third leg.
3-zip.
Harry Ward.
This is getting bad for Brad.
That leg difference is being butchered.
Fourth leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
It's not a massive factor at the minute because he was already behind Van Velzen in that column in the table. He still has the 2-point cushion, but he doesn't want to keep relying on people beating Marvin Van Velzen on his behalf.
140. $85.
He might be approaching a time in this group where he's hitting the wall a little bit. Considering how many tournament days he plays
60.
these days, you would assume that he's okay. But there are times, Murph, I can testify to this. Some days you play and you think that your arm has been taken off and given to somebody else.
$100.
Well, is it going to be over in double quick time with a Ward win, or can Bradley Brooks bounce back?
96.
It's going to be a match shot after only 7.5 minutes. I didn't foresee that.
96.
That might be a really
Harry
valuable
require
57.
140.
Questionable, I think. 18s and 140 in that spot.
Bradley require 105.
Because if he scores a straight ton at worst, he's backing Bradley into the corner, who now needs tops.
85.
That may be his only opportunity to save this match.
111.
Harry's hoping so. Can Harry do it in style?
$91.
As it was
Bradley
just
require
before that
20.
shot. Now Brooks needs 10s. Double five has come to his aid once again.
Brooks. Fifth leg, it's Harry to throw first.
There are so many possibilities in this table right now. It's hard to know where to begin.
137.
But can you imagine if Bradley can dig his way out of this mess? He's already dodged a match start. And it's weird how some players can find their best starts when they've dodged a match start.
Yeah, well, if he wins this game, if he turns it around, Bradley Brooks,
100.
then Van Velzen would have to win the game after. If he didn't, it would be over. So it'd be a 4-point advantage and only 4 points to play for.
121.
I wonder if that's how Bradley's been looking at this match, like a final. I suppose he should.
58.
He's had a difficult day on Monday, only 2 wins, and a perfect day yesterday, and an indifferent day today so far.
Sipping from a different cup every day.
100.
And he himself was the first person we interviewed this week, and he said, I've been hit and miss, and that's exactly how it's played out.
44. Bradley require 100.
That's helpful to Bradley Brooks, who has helped himself here, really. A fantastic leg of darts.
Game
Completed in 4 visits.
Bradley Brooks.
And Brooks breaks. And now we'll throw for a decider.
Sixth player gets Bradley to throw first. Game on.
I'm not saying this to poke fun or anything, Murph, but is there momentum in this game now?
No idea, to be honest. Just with Bradley, you get the sense that he can do that. 12 darters, 11 darters, maybe even better. But then also manages to find ways to lose legs that he shouldn't lose. Equally, Harry Ward, out of nowhere, can produce massive scores, big finishes. I don't deny the existence of momentum, but I just don't think these players in particular are two that there's really no rhyme or reason to why or when they play well or otherwise.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
140.
Probably not the best example of it.
I'll tell you who could gather some from winning that last match. That's Conan Whitehead, because he's pumped up now.
100.
Just.
And plays Bradley Brooks in the final game.
He's got Stefan Belmont game 12 as well.
117.
So Whitehead can still get to 16 points. And he really wants Bradley to get himself off the canvas here, because if Harry Ward wins this game, he'll go to 14. And that makes things a little bit more difficult for the chasing pack to get to the top half.
Bradley Brooks 135.
This could be the deciding factor. Treble 20. Needed that for a go at the bull.
63. Harry require 92.
Based on previous behaviours, it's going to be the 60 shot here and 2 double 18s. That shot is off, and this one
52. Bradley
would bring us back 72. To a game-on position. Sink or swim. Oh, 60. So tight on both doubles.
Harry require 40.
This for the match.
30. Bradley require 12.
Brooks off the hook.
Double 3. Oh, it's brilliant.
Bradley Brooks.
An odd number double to save the match. And he was 3-0 down as well.
It's Harry to throw first.
Don't tell me that Bradley hasn't got guts. 4 match darts for Harry Ward over the course of 2 different legs.
180.
And that's pretty much what Bradley didn't want to hear.
Absolutely. And that just goes to further prove the point that we were making in the previous leg.
96.
When, why, how, who knows?
You've got to be kidding me.
180.
I think even Bradley Brooks is thinking, you dare. But it would be the ultimate compliment if Harry Ward finishes it with a 9.
It's on. That chance disappears.
89.
Even Bradley Brooks can afford himself a smile in the serious, significant situation he's in. This could cost him the group, don't forget this leg.
Absolutely.
So ultimate respect. Quite a contrast to what we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, just a little bit, but it just goes to show how much people do respect Harry Ward.
52.
Oh, what a leg. Regardless of no 9 darter, it is an 11 for Harry Ward to get the win. A 4-3 win that keeps this group wide open in every department. Brooks can't seem to cross the line in terms of winning it, and Ward has now moved into 3rd place and leads that battle between himself, Stefan Belmont and Conan Whitehead, who still have each other to play in the race for Group B. Ward wins it 4-3, sealed with that superb 11 darter, and Brooks has handed another chance to Marvin van Velzen, who is back next against Joe Croft.
Interesting times here at the Modus Super Series on Wednesday. And this climax to Group A is nowhere near done yet. Van Velzen thought that he was in the box seat when he played Whitehead in Game 9 after Bradley Brooks lost to Stefan Belmont by 4-2. After that, he couldn't capitalise. But now he's being given a second favour, courtesy of Harry Ward beating Bradley by 4-3. Now can he figure this out to get himself back to the top of the table? Any win here, and he will be at the number 1 spot with the same points as Brooks, but a superior-like difference.
He's proving to be an interesting character, isn't he, Marvin Van Velzen? He's very much his own person doing his own thing, and he's maybe upsetting a few by doing that this week 96. At the Super Series. No real cause for Joe Croft to be dragged into that. He kind of knows the direction of his week. It'll be Group C, but it'll be Group C with confidence after what he's done today, I'm sure, Paul.
Yeah, definitely. We all know that Joe's a very good player.
43.
Sometimes you need to prove it to yourself as well as others ahead of your next challenge. You know what they say, you're only as good as your last game.
140.
As far as Croft is concerned, his last game was a win. 4-0 against Ward, which
95.
Seems a bit puzzling considering what we've just seen.
138.
Mike Gillett, Adrian Gray, Matt Cast will be joining him in that group. In Group B, we're going to see Chaz Barstow, Nathan Gervin and Thomas Lovely.
I like Matt Cast, you know. Matt with 1 T, Cast with an E. Really interesting.
40.
Good guy, though. Good player.
44.
Only player this week who's not been to a Saturday.
Overdone it a little bit, but he will return.
I've got a philosophy when it comes to Marvin, you know, in that practice room. He might feel a little bit cut off.
57.
Joe does the right thing there to leave the finish, but
20.
Marvin could find himself in front here, protecting his own throat. And he's going to have the darts in both of his remaining matches.
No score.
Offers a freebie.
He required 170.
Apparently the freebie was too expensive.
134.
So here we go again, Van Velzen, double 10.
20.
For leg 1.
Game shot on the first leg. Marvin Van Velzen.
My theory is as
Second leg,
such.
Joe to throw first.
He's the only Dutch player in the practice room. In fact, he's the only Dutch player this week.
Whoa!
He does have decent English.
180.
But I wonder if he'd feel more comfortable if there was another Dutch-speaking person in that practice room. I've seen other Dutch players
45.
going solo. Alexander Merckx, who has won a week here from a previous series. I remember a time when he was the only Dutch player in the practice room and he just went solo all night long. He didn't want to engage and the other 4 players in Group B just had their own time. And he stayed in the corner, practiced away, headphones on.
If you're going to do that, though, and not sort of at least engage with the other players, look, he doesn't do it on the stage. I get the feeling he doesn't in the practice room either. He kind of is putting all his eggs in getting through this group because it's difficult to do that for 5 straight days, isn't it?
I can imagine that being the case. Because if you go into Group B, which is a possibility, you got Thomas Lovely,
65.
For the want of a better phrase, lovely lad. Nathan Gervin, he's got some spirit. Chaz Barstow is about as horizontal as they come.
94.
Dead relaxed. But he's got enough about him to deflect anybody who starts to ruffle feathers. I mean, of all the players that you want to ruffle this week, Conan Whitehead is not the person you want to do it with. Now, this game has taken a slightly more sedate pace than I first expected.
41. Marvin, you require 151. $91. Joe, you require 81.
So, Croft looking to dent Marvin's chances.
72.
Oh, what an opportunity he's missed there.
Marvin, you require 60.
This looks familiar. It was hit against him in the Whitehead game. Now he's just hit it.
Second leg. Marvin van Velzen.
And he may be getting very, very close to winning this group.
Third leg, it's Marvin to throw first.
Yeah, haven't touched on it yet
Game on.
because there have been so many twists and turns, but that defeat for Bradley Brooks in the previous match not only meant that Van Velzen
$59. $45.
Oh, true. Yeah, not only means that he would have a lead in the table, he'd have a massive advantage on the leg difference.
100.
And what's more likely at this point in time?
97.
Let's say that Van Velzen does close the job here because it looks like it's a pretty solid yes at this point. You can see the leg difference in the plus-minus column there, which is second from the right.
60.
He's bossing that right now. But which game do you see a player slipping up in more? Is it Van Velzen against Ward?
100.
Or is it Brooks against Whitehead? Because in the previous round, Ward's won and Whitehead has won as well. Brooks has lost, and Van Velzen has recently lost too.
140.
Yeah, well, that if he does go and win this and he wins it handsomely, then Brooks has to win and hope Van Velzen loses. Van Velzen could have won the group before Bradley Brooks plays again.
Yeah, that was my point earlier. That's the thing about losing 2 games in the middle of the day. By the time you play again, based on the schedule, you might have no power left.
I did also wonder, Paul, and pose the question, could that defeat against Conan Whitehead and all of the mental energy that it used up have really affected him for his next game, which is pretty quick after it, let's not forget. That was only 2 games ago, but you have to give him credit for the way he's handled it.
Double top.
44. Joe, you require
It's a double
8.
drag. 1 low, 1 left. Now it's 10s for Croft.
$60. Marvin, you require.
Before the dart hits
10.
the board, you can hear the hand slapping the thigh, and that's never a good sign.
We're having one of those big delays, big build-ups for Marvin Van Velzen that we've become accustomed to.
$8.
Could turn around, yeah.
You require 20. Game shot
And
the
it
third
does.
leg. Joe Croft.
What could have been 3-0 might turn around to something very different.
Fourth leg, it's
Where have
Joe
we
to
seen
throw
that
first.
before? Oh, that's right.
Game on.
Game number 3 today, where Belmont was in charge, ended up losing 4-2.
140.
What Bradley Brooks would give for that to happen again.
$96.
Let's not forget as well, the final game of this round, Belmont against Whitehead. Both of them are sitting on 12 points.
95.
One of them will go to 14 points with Harry Ward. The chase for Group B will go to the final round.
100.
And it's not always the case. I've seen at this point in a Group A campaign where all things are said and done,
84.
or one of the two scenarios are said and done. It looks like today both are going to be settled in the last round.
133.
And if nobody's on 20 points going into the last round of play, that is a sign that this is a tight group.
45.
Anybody can beat anybody.
Marvin, you require
Marvin Van Velzen
132.
determined to get the Group 1. Could do it. All he has to do is win his next 2 matches.
92. Joe, you require 137.
Rhythm was a little erratic there. He decided not to aim the next 2.
89.
Fortunate to be coming back. Croft decided on the old 5/16s route with the 80 left. Dream marker.
Game shot on the 4 flare.
3-1 MVV. You see that logo on the back of the shirt? It really does look like a stealth bomber. Do you know how much they cost? They're about $2 billion each.
He's on about the stealth bomber, not the logo.
Game on.
If that logo was $2 billion, imagine how much the plane would cost. He's been playing darts today.
58.
The exact opposite of a stealth bomber. He's been on everybody's radar.
Has only won 1 game from 3, though. This would be
60.
A very important victory for Van Velzen. Very consistent over the first 2 days. Less so today as he approaches the promised land of Saturday at the Super Series.
140.
You find out who you are when it counts. If you go to a Pro Tour event
45.
or the first game of an ADC tournament, you don't find out who you are in your first game or your first leg. You get to the nitty-gritty bit.
58.
Quarterfinals, semi-finals. That's where you find out who you really are.
I think he's just checking the score here. If it was the previous score correct for Joe Croft.
Yeah, scores of 60 and 45. Leaves 396.
45.
I think he's a bit distracted by that. And look at Marvin's position now. Over 100 ahead with the darts. He should get the job done here in 5 legs.
98.
He's almost there.
Marvin, you require 147.
Penny for the thoughts of Bradley Brooks. It's not just Conan Whitehead who is upset with the pace. Joe has done something very similar.
115.
Good setup though, that from Van Velzen, who's played well enough in this game.
45.
Poor leg this from Croft. He's kind of gone. And that hands the chance to Van Velzen to get the victory.
No score.
Well, it wasn't worth the wait, Marvin, was it?
He took a chunk out of the board. That double 16 wire weighs a little bit less now.
75. Marvin, you require 32. Game shut
That's
down
that.
the match. Marvin
Van Velzen gets the win. It's a 4-1 success for the Dutchman. And it's a win that could be crucial. It could be massive. It's a 4-1 victory for him, and it takes him to the top of the table. He's there on 18 points, level with Bradley Brooks after that success, and he could wrap up the group before Brooks even plays again. He'll be back against Harry Ward in a couple of games' time. Before that, though, a big match in the battle for Group B. Stefan Belmont takes on Conan Whitehead.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and we have 4 more matches for your darting entertainment to come. This is the final match of round number 4 today. Stefan Belmont and Conan Whitehead have something in common coming into this penultimate game of their group because they're on the same amount of points. Whoever wins this one will join Harry Ward on 14. As far as Conan Whitehead is concerned, he's in a slightly better position than Stefan Belmont. He can actually overtake Harry Ward if he wins this game by 4 legs to 1 or better. And that would put him in Group B provisionally with that game to come.
Yeah, he's only actually 3 behind, isn't he, in leg difference, whereas Stefan Belmont's 6 behind, meaning that if he loses this game, then he convincingly, then he wouldn't be able to catch Ward at all.
Game on.
If you were to lose it by a couple of legs, that would take it to 8 behind, and that's the maximum that you can swing in one set of matches. So a 4-1 or a 4-0 defeat means Belmont will be in Group C.
140.
With Joe Croft, who is already there and has been pretty much all day anyway.
140.
We do think this game's going to be a bit more friendly than the previous one that Whitehead was involved in with Van Velzen, who has won since then.
100.
And now has the destiny of Group A in his own hands.
Yeah, he's already 9 legs clear on his leg difference of Bradley Brooks, so that means a win.
60.
And he is the group winner. All he has to do is beat Harry Ward, who did beat Bradley Brooks for him in the game before.
But imagine if it goes the other way this time and Harry Ward beats Van Velzen.
97.
Then Brooks will still need to win because he has that inferior leg difference. And his match is against this man,
120.
who might need to win. It's going to be very interesting, isn't it?
Yeah,
to the
just
end
a little bit.
of the day. Well, Belmont will be looking to set up now.
100.
I have a philosophy, though. And it's one of, if Marvin is proving to be somewhat unpopular in the practice room because of certain things that have happened on the stage,
64.
him winning Group A might not be the worst thing for them because they wouldn't have to see him for 2 days.
Tops here for Stefan Belmont. Finds it to take the opening leg with a plump. 15 darter and a 1-0 lead in this
Second leg, it's Conan to
big battle. Belmont currently 5th in the table. Whitehead 4th. The winner looking to join Harry Ward in 3rd on 14 points.
140.
Doubles today for Belmont have been exceptional. He's more than 50% for the day. That's gone under the radar because he hasn't had a great deal of chances.
60.
2 out of 3 in his first game, 1 out of 4, then 4 from 7, and he hits his first double in this match. He's 8 from 15.
91.
That is a really good conversion rate.
Yeah, his only victory from his previous 3 matches came against Bradley Brooks, for whom it is unravelling. After winning 7 games in a row, he's lost his last couple.
57.
Finds himself in danger. Actually, I should correct myself. It was 8 games in a row and then lost his last couple.
100.
But then, if that run continues, he won't win the group. When he looked to be in such a good position to do that when he beat Marvin Van Velzen in his first game today.
100.
Conan's in a good position here. Take the 140 and run. Treble 12 you can use.
100.
But you don't need to when you can do what he does. That's a perilous single 20 for him. Fraught with danger.
100.
Just like this leg could be if he doesn't take tops.
Game shot the second leg. Conan Whitehead.
Oh, ye have little faith.
Well, he was so quick to the hockey. The referee not even finished calling out 180 when that dart went in.
Not to keep bringing up the altercation that we had in Game 9, but can you imagine anybody else who would have created maybe a little bit more from that scenario? Funnily enough, I can. And yes, I'm one of those people who answers his own questions. Because somebody else who's celebrating his birthday today is multiple-time Gibraltar #1, Dyson Parody.
Yeah, he's a character.
I don't call him Parody, by the way. It doesn't sound as good as Parody. But just to shoehorn in somebody else's name here, a great darting name from Japan, also celebrating his birthday today. Mitsuhiko Tatsunami. It's actually got the word tsunami in it.
140.
It's just very hard to predict, isn't he, Belmont?
161.
Very up and down. Bit like Switzerland.
That's a great game of darts, this, so.
41.
A rare trebleless turn, and Whitehead looking to punish it to the hilt. Maximum punishment.
180. Stephanie require
I love a good cricket stump 180 like that. Line them up. And this time Belmont can't get the weight of the dart right.
60. Conan,
so Whitehead can break.
69.
Now, what does he want to do? Does he want to use the 45 here or the treble 19? He was caught in two minds, I think. He's not in two minds with this one.
Oh, two darts drifting to the left and missing big numbers.
29.
Denying himself an opportunity there.
Stephen, you require 60.
I did not envisage that. But that's worked out pretty well.
Game
opens up the top sped and he didn't have to move.
Belmont.
Well, no dart missed at double yet.
Fourth leg, it's Conan to
match.
throw third.
That's how it started today. And it's been a very, very good match. There you see. Whitehead averaging in three figures. Belmont,
60.
but for a couple of scrappy visits towards the end of the previous leg, would be there with him.
$99.
He's a no-nonsense dart player, isn't he, Belmont? Whether he plays here, on the floor, big stage, plays exactly the same every single place he goes.
43.
So when you play against him, you know exactly what to expect. He doesn't really have any hidden tricks up his sleeve.
180.
It's not noted as a big heavyweight darting nation. They have had tournament winners like Thomas
92.
Younghans and Stefan himself. And Thomas, I believe, was he the first Swiss player to play here?
Good question, potentially. We've had a few.
135.
Marcel Walton as well, he's been here.
Yeah, shout out to Thomas, who is the original dart player to look like Hank Scorpio from The Simpsons.
58.
Even though
Stephanie
Tom
McCoy,
Sykes is trying to
87.
take that title off him right now.
Take Simpsons off the bingo card for today. Doesn't have to go 20 ball. Treble 10 found. Tops found. 3-1.
Stefan Belmont.
3 out of 3 on the doubles. Considering the depths
Fifth leg, it's
of what
Stefan
Stefan has
to
delivered
third.
today,
Game on.
a 69 average when playing against Van Velzen in Game 6, this is more than 30 points better than that.
Our producer tells me, Paul, that Belmont was actually the first Swiss to play here.
57.
Younghans came after him.
Now that I've been informed of that, I will never forget it. But it makes sense because he is the best player in
58.
Switzerland.
Well, this is a big, big win for Belmont if it does prove to end in the victory that he's hunting down now, he would leapfrog Conan Whitehead in the table
94.
and would put it much, much closer to his own hands, considering that Harry Ward takes on Marvin van Velzen and Conan Whitehead takes on Bradley Brooks in their final games.
56.
Well, if Ward was to lose against van Velzen, Whitehead was to lose to Brooks, and Belmont was to beat Croft. We're talking about leg difference then, and it could be Belmont
60.
who goes into B. You
57.
see what happens when you poke the wolf like Marvin did with Conan. You wake him up. What Stefan's doing at the minute is exactly the opposite. He's acknowledging the fact that he's playing better than Conan, but staying very quiet about the fact and not giving Conan any additional motivation.
And you can see that it's completely different demeanour from Conan, who seems to be sort of struggling with himself in this game, rather than enjoying the adrenaline of that fight. It's almost like by doing that, Belmont is saying, well, I'm just a better darts player than you, so I don't need to do anything else to beat you. Whether that's true or not, it's true in this match.
100.
It is true in this match to this point. And when Conan struggles with that first dart being low, it's very tough for him to manufacture scores after
6.
if he stays on the same bed.
Stefan, you require 90.
Double 15 to win it.
$60. Conan, you require 170.
First two darts missed in this match from Stefan. But he is going to get another visit
96.
to full stop this game.
Stefan, you require.
Whether he goes for double 15 or not, it's entirely his choice.
No score.
Oh,
Conan, you require
they weren't
70.
sure whether it was in or not.
That is 4 match darts missed.
34.
And now he's got to go all the way back to 30 points.
Stefan, you require
Instead of, say,
30.
double 6.
This time he chooses to split it. 10 for double 10. Belmont gets the victory.
Stefan Belmont.
Fantastic win for Belmont, who puts himself now in a better position than Conan Whitehead, certainly, to move into Group B. Not quite up into third place, but he is level on points with the man that's there, Harry Ward. 14 apiece for them. Whitehead on 12 will need a miracle to turn it around. Ward back in action next, and he's going to take on Marvin van Velzen, who will win the group if he wins that game. Don't go anywhere.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
For the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosch.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where there are only 3 games left to go, and they are 3 crucial fixtures coming up. Marvin Van Velzen against Harry Ward, Conan Whitehead against Bradley Brooks, and Joe Croft against Stefan Belmont, who just beat Whitehead 4-1, meaning that he's well in that battle for 3rd place in the table, as is Harry Ward, and he might have to win the next match if he is going to take it, even though he occupies that position, because both Whitehead and Belmont are trying to hunt him down. But the next match features Ward and the man at the top of the table, Marvin Van Velzen, who, if he wins, will win the group because his leg difference will be unassailable for Bradley Brooks to catch. Van Velzen against Ward coming up now.
Very, very special. Oh, yes, Marvin Van Velzen. What a finish that is. Beautiful dart. Tops. Bravo, Big H.
That is a world-class finish.
Huge game here at the Super Series, and as just explained Paul Nicholson, neither player is going to drop position by losing this match, but they will both leave themselves vulnerable if they do indeed taste defeat here.
If in doubt, just get it done yourself. Don't rely on anybody else. Strange how things work out, isn't it? Because Harry Ward beat Bradley Brooks in game 10 by 4 legs to 3. It was a great game. Good standard. 95 average for Ward.
First leg, it's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
That was Harry somewhat inadvertently doing a favour for Van Velzen. Now, he could possibly do a favour for Brooks.
Well, just to put it in simple terms and positive terms, whoever wins this match guarantees their position in this group. So if Van Velzen wins it, he guarantees 1st place and, of course, his finals night spot. If Harry Ward wins it, he guarantees 3rd place, and that will put him in Group B alongside either Van Velzen himself or Bradley Brooks.
$85.
How do you think Harry will be thinking about his game over the last few days then? Just a bit inconsistent?
I think he'll be very happy if he ends up in Group B. I think he'll feel that that is a nice bonus for him, a week where he's sort of trying to feel himself into it, find some rhythm, find some repetition. I think Group B would be a big bonus for Big H.
Yeah, it doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who likes little bonuses.
140.
And you look at the group dynamic of C and B, and you think, with his level of play in this group, who's he going to worry the most?
40.
It's a bit of a toss-up, really, because I don't really know where Nathan Gervin is with his game. Thomas Lovely's just a good, solid
56.
player at this level. But Barstow, he's got the it factor, hasn't he?
Yeah, I tell you what, I think Marvin Van Velzen would upset a few if he dropped into Group B, because that looks like quite a quick group, doesn't it?
60.
Yeah, Lovely gets on with it. Gervin gets on with it. Chaz, very well known, does get on with it. Speaking of getting on with it, oh, what a start!
On the first leg.
Yeah, and as you say, Harry Ward gets on with it, as we've just seen there. for Van Velzen to be in
Second leg against
Group
Harry
B,
to throw first.
it would mean Harry Ward would definitely be in it because he would have beaten him to get there. So he would be that. He can play quick, but he hasn't been today. And if he does that, that will upset a few in that group, I think. And that could be the way it's going. But don't forget,
134.
Bradley Brooks still has to go and win against Conan Whitehead, even if Van Velzen loses here.
Well, we have 2 players in subsequent groups who have perfect records of making Saturday nights. In fact, there are 3. Thomas Lovely's been here once, has made Saturday.
100.
Adrian Gray's been here twice. He's made Saturday both times. Chaz Barstow raises your 2 Saturdays by 4 times. 8 visits to Portsmouth, 8 Saturdays. He is the person to beat in that group. Of that, there's no doubt.
140. $84.
Switching is starting to work for Harry, whether it's the 19s or the 18s.
43.
Just imagine this scenario, though. Marvin could win the group if he loses this game and Bradley loses next.
Yeah, there'll be an anxious wait. Who we're going to nominate to send into the practice room with the camera.
I'm staying right here. If Marvin keeps putting his first dart right there, he's got a really good chance of setting up match-winning chances. Another ton plus out. Not this time.
91.
Let's see if it's the case for Marvin.
118.
This is marginally easier.
Just took a nosedive, that dart.
32.
And Harry's chances of winning the group taking one as well, as Ward looks at double 16. Looks like he's got the bit between his teeth in this game, doesn't he, Harry Ward?
If that's the case, Marvin, give him some floss.
Marvin to throw first. Game on.
Well, has Marvin given him reason here? They've been watching the previous game, seeing the slow play from Van Velzen. And when I say slow play, nothing wrong with the speed he's throwing the darts at. It's how he's approaching the Yorkie.
Likelihood of upsetting Harry Ward at any point? About as close to 0 as any player that will walk into this place. He is relaxed about everything, and he's about as friendly as a teddy bear.
So if you manage it, then you've probably done something wrong.
Correct.
125.
He's one of the most mild-mannered, most...
42.
He's not... He's just got no nasty bones in his body. He's about as humble as they come.
99.
Fiercely proud of where he's from. And he's very selfless as well.
94.
Likes to put his family first.
154.
And in positions like this, yes, you've got to be selfish, but he does it in a slightly different way.
98.
He plays the game, but he doesn't play the game, if you know what I mean.
99. Marvin, you're required 56.
To erode the gap to 1.
36.
He'll not be happy with the fact that he's had 3 darts at a double in this match and he's missed them all. Harry's had 2 shots and hit them both.
131.
If there's any more misses from Marvin, Big
20.
H is waiting.
No score.
And there are more misses.
Harry requires 76.
There have been so many twists and turns in the race for the top spot in this group. And for the players involved, most of them have been depressing. Been like an episode of EastEnders today.
60.
Yet another twist.
You require 20.
It's like helter-skelter land in here. There's the pause. A sign of tension. And if he's not ready, he's not throwing.
Well, I think we did see a minor reaction from Harry Ward there. He's kind of used the guide to hit the wrong double.
Well.
And he's furious, seething.
Harry require.
Calibration
16.
is all wrong there. I wonder how he's feeling now. 3-0 down.
Harry Ward gives it the, well, just in keeping with how you described him, Paul, the sort of really minor, muted celebration.
Harry to throw first.
That did have shades of Mervyn King, didn't it?
Game
when he stopped himself from copying his opponent all those years ago. Really is trying to indulge in some sort of form of Zen-style meditation here, just to get rid of that anger and get back to throwing the darts the way he had been earlier in the week. This has been his worst day by a distance.
Curiously, before this game started, every player today had 2 wins from 4 games.
Yeah, and we were at the start of the day saying it felt like one of those groups where everybody could beat everybody. That's how it has played out today. Total lottery.
It's not as if there's a massive amount of difference in legs for the day as well. The most healthy leg difference belongs to Marvin at +4. And the one who has the worst is Big H.
140.
And Big H is winning 3-0. So that can be completely turned around in one fixture.
100.
Can this match be turned around, or is Harry Ward going to book his Group B spot here?
And he could do so by beating
60.
the 2 players above him in the table. Needs more.
96.
Is that enough?
Harry require 150.
Comebacks have got to start somewhere. And he is going to get his chance to start it.
86.
Decent
Marvin
setup.
require
Van Velzen
120.
needs to find something. He's had 9 darts at double in this match. He's missed a lot. That's almost twice as many as Harry Ward has had in the game. He may not get
82.
any more.
Harry requires 64.
Treble found. Match dart at 88.
$56.
Again, Van Velzen's going to get chances.
38.
He hasn't taken any of them in this game. A game that he came into knowing, if I win, I'm through to finals night.
Nightmare.
No score.
Absolute nightmare of a dart,
Harry
that number
require
2.
8.
And Harry Ward wins it, and in doing so, books his place in Group B. He will finish 3rd in the table. As for Marvin Van Velzen, that's the worst possible outcome for him. He does stay top of the pile, but now he has to wait, because if Bradley Brooks wins the next match, he will replace Van Velzen at the top, and he instead will go through to finals night on week 10 here at the Super Series. He takes on Conan Whitehead. That is coming up next. Well, all will be decided in this penultimate match of the day. It's a game featuring Conan Whitehead and Bradley Brooks. And Brooks could win the group. If he wins this match, you can see him there second place, and he will get rid of Marvin van Velzen from top spot, replace him, and go through to finals night at his expense. It would be Brooks first, Van Velzen second, Harry Ward going into Group B. That's already confirmed as well. Stefan Belmont can't make up that leg difference, and Conan Whitehead can't make up the points. So we'll see him and Joe Croft in Group C, but it's all about seeing whether or not Bradley Brooks can end this little losing streak and book his place at the Saturday session.
Yeah, this is the kind of game you get when you come to Portsmouth. Great talent, but now Brooks has got to snap that 2-game losing streak against the first ever series champion.
Doesn't need motivation, Conan Whitehead. Doesn't look very motivated the way he's throwing his darts, but that's him in practice when the ref calls game on.
You know, sometimes it's quite a smart tactic to do that because you're not giving your opponent any information.
First leg, it's Conan to throw first.
Well, it must be one of the worst feelings in the world if you're practicing away, hitting treble 20 after treble 20, the ref calls game on and you only score 60.
That's amazing how many times it happens.
41.
It's better than 41, I suppose.
He started the day pretty well, did Bam Bam. 2 wins from his first 2. 4-3 against Van Velzen. That seems like a long time ago now. After that, 4-2 win against Croft. That was a bit of a slugfest
100.
in an 80 average range. At that point, Bam Bam's probably thinking, I don't have to do a great deal more. But now he must win.
100.
It could have been a lot worse, because if Harry Ward had not won that previous game, this would be a dead rubber.
100.
Bradley wouldn't be able to win the group, but now at least he's got the chance.
All you want is it in your own hands, don't you? And that's what he's got.
42.
Who knows this format better than Conan? He's been there, he's done it. He's worn the T-shirt.
60.
Picked up the trophy. This is better.
174.
And he's utilised that 174 score very well today. And it's smart as well, because as soon as you see the second dart in and it wobbles a bit...
Did you see there's a fly on the bullseye? That's what he was waiting to be removed. Could have removed it himself by throwing the dart, but the referee Owen Binks did it instead.
What do you think would have happened if there was a Whitlock here?
Doing that again.
It's going to catch on this, Bradley.
48.
And if it does, we're going to blame you for it.
Require 100.
And another. Oh!
70.
What a weird deflection that was.
Bradley require 12.
6. Vital shot.
Game shot.
Because now he has the break of throw at the start of the match. I bet Marvin can't watch this.
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game.
That's the dart I'm talking about in the previous visit. As soon as it wobbles a little bit,
54.
He's got 2 darts in the treble 20. He will switch. If he's allowed to. That's dictated by the numbers, of course.
43.
But I think he understands that sometimes hitting maximums can be quite risky for him. He does have the possibility of maybe getting 3 darts on the floor, which was somewhat famously done by Mervyn King last week on the Pro Tour.
Ben didn't react
60.
as I expected he might have, to be fair.
Has any other dart player got a better collection of gifts than Mervyn King? Probably not.
$44.
Now, Bradley Brooks does hail from the northern part of Lancashire. So you can't envisage him going back home if he wins this group. He will stick around in Portsmouth, I'm sure, and probably stick out some darting action over the next couple of days. But that's only a point if he wins this game.
Bradley require 130.
130 doesn't have to go.
90.
Strolling towards the finishing line. This is very steady. Averaging 90 so far. And Conan can't live with it.
32. Bradley require 40.
So tops for 2-0 to move within two of topping the group.
Bradley Brooks. Third against Conan.
I've seen a comment which is often said actually in the chat that Group A winners don't often do well on finals night. And I think that's a myth that needs busting, to be honest. In this series, we had 9 weeks. The Group A winner's been in the final 5 of those weeks and gone on to win a couple of them.
140.
I think it's over-exaggerated. Probably because people think that the Group A winner is expected to win finals night when, more often than not, the winner
96
of Group A has been in the final.
It's one of the complexities of the group stages, isn't it?
60.
We talk about it every week. The only thing Group A does by winning it is it guarantees you into Saturday night ahead of the other 2 groups. That's all it does. It's no real measure against the other players because there may be better players in Group B and Group C, yes. But
41.
sometimes the best player of the week comes from Group A, particularly Connor Scott.
Yeah. Scott and Sykes, the 2 players to have won Group A and then gone on to win the week in this series. And then we've had the likes of Heenahan just on Saturday, winning Group A, losing in the final. Andreas Harrison did the same.
Now, remember Bradley Roos in the previous series.
99.
When he won early in Series 7. He won Group A, he won Group 1, and he won the week. He did it seamlessly. That does not happen every week. In fact, it very rarely happens at all.
And also, the other thing worth saying is Bradley Brooks on Champions Week last series missed out on leg difference in Group A, then finished bottom of Group B. So don't think it's better to be in Group B than winning Group A. You would rather be through than not. Whitehead looking for a way through here.
32.
Couldn't find one.
If you can have a bad leg, do it when you're well ahead.
136.
There again, he switches on dart 3 when he could have hit a max. It's a beautiful guide.
30. Bradley requires 72.
Bradley gets his chance.
$32. Conan, you require 10.
Line was delicious. Just didn't dip. Can't get any closer than that.
Game shot in the third leg.
And that's how you use
Conan
that marker.
Whitehead. Fourth leg, it's Bradley to throw
So the gap is cut in half. Brooks remains 2 legs away from winning this group at the expense of Marvin van Velzen, who's got Conan Whitehead into bat for him after basically tearing lumps out of each other when they played earlier.
77.
If Bradley was to lose this match for 2 consecutive weeks, Group A would be won with 18 points. I'm not 100% sure about this, but I'm very close to that. I don't think that's happened before. In fact, we can probably count on less than one hand's worth of fingers the amount of times that people have won Group A on 18 points.
Yeah, I think it's as low as you can get. I think it's 16 the lowest you can win it on.
I believe that's the case.
140. 134.
So we're hearing, Paul, that it's actually only happened once before.
81.
Daniel Asprey won it with 18
Ready,
points.
you require 112.
And then obviously last week, as you referenced, Conor Heenan, so it will have never happened twice in a row. It never happened twice at all until last week.
Now. 94 left with a blocked treble 18. What does he want to do? This is a gamble. That was why.
19.
I'm not sure how that could have gone worse.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's done it, to be honest. I think he's probably thought too much about what Conan Whitehead was on.
So he's got 94 with 2. What he could have done with an opponent not on a finish is, for example, gone for a big 20 and then treble 14. Oh, well, it's 1-all.
Yeah, but you should not even think about the finish, you're right. Even if you hit the treble 20, don't have to go for the double 17. You can leave yourself a double.
Yeah, just go for 2 single 17s. Leave something like 60. And he's meandering towards the finishing line of leg number 4 at snail's pace, but has recovered. Bravo, brilliant shot.
4 flag. Bradley Brooks.
He did exactly the right thing there, Paul, I thought, in that previous shot.
He
might be smiling now, but he's still got work to do. That was a great recovery shot. Let's not forget as well, his opponent was
92.
sitting on a 2 darter.
Tom asks in the chat, can players come and practice on a Thursday and Friday if they've won Group A? Well, not really, because there's a
85.
live session going on pretty much all day, and you can't have them in the practice room with players that aren't in that session, because it's a different feeling, isn't it? And even in top PDC tournaments, they have separate practice areas for players not in the session and players that are in the session.
That's correct.
But there are plenty of establishments nearby that have dartboards, and many players these days take them with them, don't they, and hang them on the hotel room door.
180.
To do things just like that. That's the first 180 of this game.
140.
That's why you'll see a lot of dart players at airports and train stations with a circular bag. There'll be a dartboard inside and some mechanism to hang it on a door, a wall, or even with an expanding pull system that leans against a wall.
Got one of those myself.
An expanding pull?
Rented property, don't want to make holes in the wall, but then I'd start throwing the darts.
125, Conor, you're going 150.
Is he going for the 3 balls? He is. But the game could be over
64.
as Bradley Brooks takes aim at what would be a group winning checkout.
It was 2 double 19s.
54.
It was a somewhat sceptical look at it as well. Now Whitehead needs 68 more. Now the bull to save the match.
61.
It's Group A winning point, Bradley Brooks. Is it a bam or a bam bam?
It's in the bag for Bradley Brooks.
Bradley Brooks!
Who wins Group A by defeating Conan Whitehead, pretending that he wasn't too happy about that. It's all smiles and respect in the end. And Bradley Brooks, he's managed to just stem that slide that he had. A couple of games lost in a row after a good winning streak, and he manages to cross the line. That means Marvin van Velzen will play Thursday and Friday in Group B. He'll be joining Harry Ward in it. Conan Whitehead is going to be in Group C tomorrow afternoon, but the group winner is Bradley Brooks, and he cemented his Saturday spot in style there. An average of over 90, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, and a 93 checkout in there as well. He gets a win that sees him finish in first place, and there's one more match to come. 2 Group C bound players, Joe Croft against Stefan Belmont. one last matter then of the final game of Group A this week as Joe Croft and Stefan Belmont go head-to-head. And this will be their third meeting from at least 5 because they're both going to be playing in Group C, along with Conan Whitehead, who we just saw beaten by Bradley Brooks, a win that confirmed Brooks will be at finals night on Saturday as the Group A winner. And on Champions Week, Paul, I mentioned it in a previous match, Brooks lost out. Despite getting 20 points, he lost out on leg difference. He's got 20 points again. And this time he won't have to go through the turmoil of Group B, which went badly for Bradley last time he was here.
First leg,
he will be there on Saturday.
First.
We are going to chat with him after. But for you, Paul, I mean, it's been a difficult group. It's been an unpredictable group. Is he the deserving winner? I'm asking you now, so you don't have to answer it in front of him, just in case it's a different
I think
answer.
it's only fair that we say yes, because the spurt that he's put in of winning all games yesterday, the first 2 today, he put himself into position. It's not his fault that Marvin couldn't finish the job. So when he doesn't, he gets the chance to do just that. So he's finished the job and Marvin didn't. So by that virtue, you have to say he's the deserved winner.
140.
Yep, fair point. And if you just take those last 2 matches in isolation, well, one player completely rose to the occasion and one sort of shrunk.
57.
In terms of both of these players, Stefan Belmont could win this match and finish 8 points
41.
better off than Joe Croft in this group. I think that means nothing when it comes to tomorrow.
It means 0. I think ahead of tomorrow,
58.
Joe's going to be buoyed by the fact that he's put in a performance today. That 102 average, just under, in game 1, it was proof that he can do it on this stage.
92.
He just needs to find out what the formula is to do it on a more regular basis. Now, he has been to a Saturday previously. His hit rate is not brilliant. He's hit 1 Saturday out of 3. If that's 1 out of 4,
99.
come the end of Friday afternoon, he's going to be one disappointed puppy.
Goes for the bull, 41 remaining. So that leaves tops.
46. Joe, you require 84.
Double 12.
60.
That doesn't work on this occasion.
Require 20.
I've got a thought on that 66 shot. Let's have a little chat about it, because after that break of throw, if you got 66, you hit a bullseye, you leave double 8.
Second, I get Stefan to
You hit 25.
Game.
You've obviously got options. He goes 1 tops. But predominantly, why people go bull on 66 is because they want the bottom left corner. If you see
100.
20 people go bull first on 66, if they get the 25, they're going 9 double 16.
59.
Because they want to leave a certain portion of the board. So if you have got 66 and you want to leave tops, you'd go treble 10. You'd rather have the top right corner.
140.
I go one further than that. I actually like treble 14 for that shot. Especially if a lot of players that like tops like double 12.
Great point.
But if you're going and missing, you're going 14, 12, tops. It's kind of a nice movement, isn't it, from left to right?
It's a classic hurdle shot.
140.
Hurdle the 9, hurdle the 5, into the tops. Bob's your uncle.
In the end, he got the leg 1, so
98.
He'll be happy enough.
Stefan require 121.
I'd be even happier if he takes this out. Started on the ball in the previous checkout, but won't be finishing on it in this one.
One thing we are going to have on Wednesday is 3 players on 6 points for the day and 3 players on 4. Today could not have been closer. It could well be Conan Whitehead that finishes on the bottom of the table for the day with 4 points and minus 4 as leg difference. And the highest leg difference is Bradley Brooks at +3. Not a great deal between them at all. Double top.
Game
Nothing
shot
wrong
the
with
second
that.
leg.
From the
Stefan
man who's been
Belmont.
very, very impressive on his doubles today. And is once again.
Well, you were just
Against
talking
Joe to
about
throw first. Game on.
how close it's been today. At the end of the day, there's going to be 3 players that have won 3 matches and 3 players that have won 2 matches. Whatever happens here,
180.
you don't get days closer than that.
You don't.
You don't get darts closer than that. Joe Croft opening with a
93.
perfect start, 180.
I've just worked it out. Stefan Belmont, exactly 50% for the day on doubles. 13 from 26. Coming into your final match and only throwing 23 darts at a double is usually reserved for people who are not playing very well.
Well, let me just add a little bit more depth to that point as well. We've seen him miss the bull a fair few times, so on the actual outer ring, he's going to be a really high percentage.
Might need the bull again.
Joey require 81.
If given the opportunity. Double 9.
No
Too
score.
many.
Stephanie require 88.
Not only has he missed his bust, and that's a great gift for Belmont.
Could be a winner here. With a bullseye dinner.
63.
Cannot
Joey
seem to hit
require
that target
81.
today, can he? Here we go again. Oh,
No
here we go
score.
again. Literally.
Stephanie require 25.
Outrageous. Leaves double 9 twice. 2 different routes and busts it both times. Double 12.
Game shot in the third leg. Stefan
Well,
Belmont.
how many times do you see that? A player busting the same score twice in a row. The only time that springs to mind for me was Phil Taylor when he busted 130 twice.
Stefan to throw first.
That was
Game on.
against now Super Series participant Aidan Kirk, the UK Open.
You think you've got a sighter on a certain double. Every now and again you'll throw a bad dart
134.
at a certain target. But to do it twice, that's pilot error.
I think
60.
there is something in the theory that you attract what you think about. And he would have been going, don't hit double 14, don't hit double 14. Oh, I've hit double 14.
Yeah, you can talk yourself into it.
Particularly in a game like darts, because what you kind of do is you try not to overcompensate and end up going the other way. How many times do you see a player throw a dart in a 1 or a 5 and the second dart goes there as well? It's because they've sort of thought about
60.
throwing the dart differently, but they think, no, I'm going to hit the other side now and end up just chucking it back in the same place. They're all right. They're in the same place.
180.
Yeah, nothing wrong with us at all. He's got 3 maximums in this game. Stefan's got 2. And Belmont is averaging close to 100.
81.
Match-winning
Joey
chance.
161.
And it's on now.
$89. Stephanie back 126.
Now it's off. Well, whatever you do here, Joe, don't leave double 9.
Yeah, can he find a way to
82.
bust this?
Joe, you require 72.
Not going to now.
32.
But not going to finish it either.
Stephanie require 44.
So Belmont for a 4-0 win to close his Group A campaign. He misses a big number.
Well, that's 31. A very rarely seen number. And he's missed 2 singles.
And you know what? Had he gone for a 3 there, he's getting a dart at double, isn't he? Because wherever he misses, he's still got a chance. I just think that's
24.
bad ball management.
You require 40. Game shot on the fourth leg. Joe Croft.
There's no telling where this game could go from here. He makes barely any
Vegas
mistakes
Joe
on the
to
outer
throw
ring all
first.
day, and he doesn't even get to the outer ring from 44.
Look, he's a top dart player, Stefan Belmont, but there are times when you've got to think rubbish and go to yourself. There are 4 odd numbers next to each other. Hit one of them. I'm throwing it a double, and I might win 4-0.
If you could step into the mind of a dart
59.
player for just a minute or two, you'd probably find yourself in a very chaotic place.
94.
Based on him having a very strong position earlier on against Harry Ward,
100.
he could have been 3-0 up and he ended up losing every leg after that. Now his mentality is challenged again.
60.
And a more drastic version of that. Thinking about it slightly differently,
100.
Joe still hasn't faced a match dart.
That's true. And you may not.
140.
There's never a guarantee. Especially in best of 7 legs. And it's how you win darts matches.
60.
Don't face a match
Joe
dart.
McCoy, 107. $39.
And set yourself a target here, and 42 is that target. Yeah,
94.
good switch.
Joe, you require 68.
Singles aren't missed there.
36.
As long as he hits 2
Require
singles here,
88.
the Swiss should get a shot at the bull to win this match. Will it be the final dart of his day?
$74. Joe, you require 32.
He'll hope to come back, but he
Game on the
won't.
fifth
And
leg.
now he's going to have
Joe
to start
Croft.
again on 501 points.
Sick bag, it's Stefan to throw
Things can
first.
turn so quickly.
Game. One 100.
Stefan Belmont has won Challenge Tour events. And he's had great runs in other tournaments. So playing 5 best of 7 leg games in a
100.
campaign should feel pretty normal to him. Whereas some other people might find it challenging.
180.
Well, Joe Croft again is highlighting his credentials for the rest of this week. Started the day with a stunning showing, an average of 102 in a
60.
4-1 thumping of Conan Whitehead. And he might be bookending his day with another good spell of legs here.
Well, if a Joe Croft victory is imminent from 3-0 down,
83.
it would bring us to a point where there's only 10 points between top and bottom. That's really tight.
140.
That's a special dart, that.
138.
How we got that treble 20, and your guess is as good as mine.
98. Stephen require 101. $41. Joey require 40. Game shot
Go
on
the
sixth leg.
distance.
Joe Croft.
Well, even though this game is
7
in
from
terms of
final
the
leg,
league
it's
table
Joe to throw
meaningless,
first.
it'll mean something to the
Game
winner
on.
of it. But do stay tuned. We are going to hear from the winner of the group after this. Bradley Brooks on standby to talk to myself and Paul.
81.
Something on the line here, because they are going to play each other for the next couple of afternoons, these two. Belmont has beaten Croft the last couple of days.
45.
If Croft gets the win from 3-0 down, it will just stoke his confidence when playing him tomorrow, saying, you haven't beaten me 3-0 this week.
60.
I've actually got one back on you, but when you win from 3-0 down, it feels like you've beaten them twice. You've got the win, but you've also given them a mental fragility
100.
that you can exploit for the next couple of days.
$100.
And there's a tidiness about his play all of a sudden. It's not as erratic as it was maybe 10 minutes ago.
100.
And it remains advantage Croft. Maybe something that the most famous Croft has heard in sport. Annabelle.
Switching away. A treble would leave him on a
58.
finish, but can't find one, so it is still very much advantage Croft.
Or as they say in France, avantage, which is a language that they speak in Switzerland,
69.
as well as German and Italian.
Well, Crofty closing in on turning this around totally. Belmont making him think.
140.
Making him take, maybe.
Joey require 110.
Lights out and away we throw for the win.
78. Steven, you
Got his
require
chance.
58.
Does he get another? Two 20s for Belmont. There's a single,
38.
but no double 10.
Joey
And Croft
requires
can
32.
complete the comeback.
No score.
Just can't find the
Steven,
target.
you require 20.
What an ordeal this has been.
You can say that again.
No score.
And it's an
Joey
elongated
requires
ordeal.
32.
Who wants it? Who wins it? Who gets it? Who knows?
16.
This game may never end.
Steven, you require 20.
This is for an 8-visit break of throw after being 3-0 up and facing match darts. He now has more match darts himself.
And now the referee Owen Binks will explain that it'll now be nearest the ball.
Joey require 16.
I think that's pretty much what Joe's thinking as well. But he gets a dart, 3 more darts, a double 8. And he only needs one more. Croft claims the win. Bizarre end to the final match of the day, but it kind of does just symbolise how close it's been in this group today. A 4-3 success for Joe Croft, the man who just finished bottom of the table, but he's got plenty of good stuff to take into Group C with him. He'll be taking Stefan Belmont with him as well. Conan Whitehead also there. Harry Ward and Marvin van Velzen going to Group B. That's because Bradley Brooks managed to pip Van Velzen at the post, win this group and seal his spot on Saturday. And we will speak to Bradley after this short break. Welcome back. We do have the Group A winner with us here, Bradley Brooks. Bradley, congratulations. Just sum up how you think it's gone today and the last 3 days.
Yeah, I thought Group A, the first day on Monday, I thought I was hard done by with only 2 wins. Yesterday was a much better day, winning 5 out of 5. We were speaking, the players, all of us on Monday, we were saying we don't think anyone would go 5 out of 5 on the card because of the standard that was I was lucky to do so, and then today I thought I was poor today, but I managed just to do enough to go over the line.
After what happened last time you were here, Champions Week, you missed out on leg difference, 20 points. You got 20 points again. It must be a relief to get through on Saturday because Group B's not a guarantee of getting there, is it?
No, it's not. Like you say, I was obviously Marvin was disappointed when we went back. I was trying to tell him like Group B, like you played well, like you can get through, but I've done it before. I've been so close in Group A and not got through Group B. So it is tough, but I'm just happy to get over the line.
Does it feel different now because you've been here a few weeks before? First time you came in, a 2-day group, it didn't go your way, but now that you've got a bit more experience, do you think you're more prepared for this than ever?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think like you say, this week's been so stacked with good players. It is hard, but I think because I've been here before, I know the environment, and like sometimes people might not realise, even if you lose 4-2, then sometimes them 2 players could get you through a group, which some people who've not been here before might not realise. But yeah, I think it has helped, and I think that's probably what got me through today.
What we've just seen on the screen there was the end of the game with Conan, where he almost gestured that he was going to walk away without a handshake. Did you think that he had some sort of huff with you there? Just a little bit?
I did a little bit, and I thought, out of everyone in the darts scene, Conan's one of the last people I want to have an argument with. But yeah, obviously me and Conan got on really well. We all got on well this week, and we had a bit of banter between me and Marvin more than others, who was top. But yeah, we had a good week with everyone, and I'm happy just to get through.
Well, we're going to ask you for backstage secrets now. It's up to you how much you share. But Marvin van Velzen didn't seem to take the same approach with Conan Whitehead. He did kind of seem to wind him up a little bit, and there was a little bit of frostiness on stage. Was the atmosphere totally friendly all the time in the practice room, or did that spill over a little bit?
I wouldn't say it spill over. I wouldn't say it was always friendly. I think out of everyone in the group, the worst person to probably wind up is Conan. But Marvin may or may not have tried it sometimes, but I say me and Marvin, I've known him for since we've been growing up from playing development tour, and he was happy to be top of the table. So I probably shouldn't have done it, but when I won the group, I walked in the players' room and said he's top of the table now.
We're just seeing this here, Paul. I mean, we get in a moment. Marvin's just lost the game. Not the friendliest handshake, and then Conan was determined to let everybody know as boss, wasn't he?
It was a fabulously entertaining match, where early on it was posturing from Marvin, and then the reaction from Conan. But the good thing about that match is that they were just going to and froing the whole time, and it was great for us to watch. Whatever it was like in the practice room, that's for the practice room, in my opinion. But when they go out there, they want to knock 7 bells out of each other. But I've got one question for Brad, though, and I'm intrigued by this. A lot of the time you're on 60 today. You went treble 12. Can you just talk us through that?
Yeah, it's funny, really. I had a lot of problems because my darts kick really high and off to the right, and I was only aiming at probably 1/3 of the bed. And he was my manager at the time. He plays, and he said to me, "What about your favourite double? So about treble 12, double 12?" And started going that way. And sometimes it does pay off at most, but I'd rather give myself one clear shot at tops or 2 darts at my favourite double than. Obviously, I get why people disagree with the shot, but for me, I do like the shot.
Some of these things do tend to catch on. So in the future, if people start doing this, we're just going to blame you.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Just back to the bigger picture, how important was it for you to get this Group 1 and to get a couple of days off?
Yeah, it was brilliant because Blackburn play on Friday, the kick-off in the Championship, so I wanted to go and watch them. Yeah, it was massive. Like you say, I felt I was outdone by on Monday. I played well Tuesday, and I think I got lucky today in patches, but I can have 2. Obviously, I was at the ADC the weekend just gone, so to have a couple of days off is massive, so I can recharge the batteries and just enjoy it.
Is that the plan? Go and watch Blackburn Friday?
I won't go and watch them, but they are on telly on Friday, so I will go and find somewhere to go and watch them, yeah.
Well, they might be top of the table after that game. You're certainly top of the table, having won Group A. Here it is. Bradley Brooks topping it, just pipping Marvin van Velzen at the post. Harry Ward going into Group B with him, and then Belmont, Whitehead and Croft going into Group C. Paul, just your thoughts. Any of those players could still end up playing Bradley on Saturday night, couldn't they?
Very much so. And I think the way that things have fallen, it's actually worked out for the best. So if Marvin is going to play the same sort of darts or the same brand of darts over the next couple of nights, someone like Harry Ward will be very familiar with it and he won't react. Whereas Conan might just want to have a couple of days off from him. But they could be on a collision course for Saturday alongside Brad. You just never know.
And what about the players that are coming in for the first time tomorrow? Let's just show you those, the breakdown for this week. Bradley already through, of course, but Chaz Barstow, Nathan Gervin, Thomas Lovely, that looks like a great group. And then Mike Gillett, who's won a week here before, Adrian Graham, Matt Cast in Group C.
The person who really stands out is Chaz Barstow, England international, someone who has never missed a Saturday here out of 8 attempts and has similar experience of Champions Week to Bradley Brooks. So that's who takes the attention. As for the others, I think it's very even. You look at Adrian Gray, he's got a perfect record of making Saturdays as well, 2 from 2. Matt Cass, the only person not to have made a Saturday of anybody this week. I'm sure he'd like to check that off his list.
Another motivation, isn't it, Bradley, when you see all those names not to have to play the next couple of days and you can have your feet up just watching it unfold?
Yeah, of course. I'll let them fart it out and tire yourself out ready for Saturday.
Absolutely. Well done today, and we'll see you on Saturday. Paul, we'll see you tomorrow, and we'll see you tomorrow as well. The action gets back underway Thursday, 1 p.m. Group C, 10 p.m. for Group B, live here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. But in Group A, well, it didn't end too badly for Bradley.